Almost showtime, guys. Me and Aaron are gonna jump in here. 5 minutes too. I'll change the scene here right away. All right. All right, guys. Aaron, can you hear me? So Chris and Anthony are seated at the table. They're going to start in about 5 minutes here. Aaron, can you hear me okay? Yeah. I'm still muted. Uh-oh. Test. Can you hear me, Aaron? I cannot hear you. We just had this ironed out, guys. Sorry. That's a little annoying. I cannot hear Aaron. What happened to the audio here? I know Jamie's saying she can't hear us from downstairs.
Oh, weird. So you can hear me now? Okay, perfect. Have we confirmed is the stream audio working correctly?
Crap. Test. There we go. Thanks, Wayne. Now I think it's working. What I was doing when you guys saw the stream counting down, there's a mute button on my mic here. As you can see here, I press a mute button so you don't hear me in the background, but you can see the countdown. I think I forgot to turn it back on. So anyways, bear with us. Kind of a newbie streamer here. All right, but we are 1 minute to go. So I'm going to hit back to the main table here. And we are going to Can hear Aaron, can't hear Trevor. I'm getting a million texts, and they're 30 seconds behind, so hopefully you guys can hear me now. All right, so I'm just going to boot up the app from my phone. Let's see it here. It's got to catch up. And I will hit start.
Confirmed this is
1 minute here.
Okay, yeah, the audio's good now. I ended up on.
I can hear it on your end.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, guys. Yep, Wayne says it's working. All right, thanks, guys. Thanks for being patient. Sorry, we had it ironed out 2 minutes before, but I'm getting everyone saying it's all good now on the delay. Thanks, guys. All right, guys, I'm hitting shuffle up and deal. Here we go. And
all right, first hand of the match.
I'll fix Anthony's hand here right away. Sorry, guys. He left right before, so I will fix that. Aaron can commentate while I'm doing that here. Give me 1 second. Anthony's hand.
Some early game banter going in. The first hand goes to Chris.
All right, I'm just going to check, make sure the cards are looking good. Okay, cards are looking good here. Sorry, we had them all lined up 5 minutes too, like I said, and we did a little quick shuffle near the end. But we should be good now. Everything should be smooth sails from here on in, so that's good. All right. So Chris.
All right. So I mean, I know this match has been discussed now for the better part of 2 weeks. Trevor, how do you kind of foresee this going?
Do you know what? To be all honest, I haven't really thought too much about the match because I've been making so many scenes and slides and graphics, which hopefully I can pop up for everyone here today. But it's going to be hard to say. Like, it really depends on what their strategy is, and I'm curious to see the different sizes. Are we going to see some min raises? Are we going to see some 3x opens? Is there going to be limping or limp re-raising? Could get pretty interesting. I think
there's definitely an expectation that Chris is going to push some of the action here. We'll see how much that shakes out. I see that Anthony has his cards down.
I was just about to say, I'm going to text Anthony and say, hey, you need to turn auto peak on.
Yeah, so we need the peak.
I will do that now.
Oh, he might have actually adjusted that. Okay, it looks like it's fixed now.
All right. Alrighty. And
we lost Chris's video.
We're off to a great start. Of all the systems, Chris did say his computer was sort of the smallest one, or it was struggling to have multiple things opening. But we did a few test runs, and it did hold up. So I'll message Chris here again too.
So it's one-sided. We can see Anthony here. That's good.
That's all right. If Chris, yeah, it would be nice to have the whole cards from Chris, but I mean, if he's trying to focus on a match here too, so I don't want him to like stress too much about it. But having half the hand,
maybe we should have lowered the stakes and let Chris buy a new computer.
So we see Anthony opening 2.5x, pretty standard for heads up. 2.5x, you can't go wrong.
I think it's going to be really important after this is done. I know I'm going to be taking these hands home and kind of studying from the best here, seeing how to implement it in my game.
Well, that's the best part, is we can jot these down, look them up after. I'll have a good laugh, see what we did right, see what we did wrong. Chris says, oh, hold on, he's going to take a look, see if he can't get it up and running. So thanks for
his time bank's pretty long as we get started. So
we did put 3 minutes. Yeah. I'm going to start reading some of the chat here, too. Let's see. Okay, Carl. So Anders is talking to Carl. Okay, I'm in. I must have missed a bet here. Trevor, we can't hear you. I'm catching up on the chat here. Yeah, I had a few technical difficulties there. Hi all, says Win Raider.
Anders, I wish I could get a haircut, but it's COVID.
I just shaved my neck hair, never mind. Today. Yeah, so for those wondering how we pulled off the hole cards and everything, it's really just a lot of chats, kind of like Zoom chat or Google Meets, and sharing screens and having a couple open at once and moving it all around within the broadcast software. So it does work. It's probably not the most sophisticated method, but what is the link here? I will invite Chris again here.
I think it's commendable that that you were able to put this all together. I mean, this certainly is a pretty quality stream from what I've seen. Once Chris's computer is back up in action, we should be off and away.
What was it? Dr. Kramp at krampchiropractic.com, correct? I think. He's already in there, but that's all right. Sent you an email. Double whammy. I see Mark in the chat. Mark and I have been playing a fair bit of heads up the last little while. Been lots of heads up going on. Carl Botner, I can hear Trevor. Well, I'm glad you guys can hear me now. Feel a little foolish. Had it all set up and then I goofed in the last second on the 1 yard line. Yeah, let's see here. Aaron, maybe did you want to try adding Chris to his? But we'll see here.
I can try.
Like I thought I sent it to him. His email was.
Try text him the link.
Or that too. Like I emailed it to him. I thought I sent it to the right one. Ace 10 looking good here with a third pot size bet. 4-minute tank. Yeah, this is an interesting task to take on. I mean, with COVID and everyone from home, all different computers, we really only had one trial run, so it's not that bad.
What's Chris's email? I can try send it to him.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for before. Here, I'm going to text him here. All right, just check the chat there, Aaron. I think Chris is Kirkland's messaging me. There you go. So hopefully that's it. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Thanks again for your patience. Just bear with us. It was running pretty smooth in our test run. Like I said, just once Chris's screen gets up and running, then we'll be smooth sails here. Because right now it's Chris.
Okay, I just sent it over to him.
Okay, so he should be able to join.
I think the issue might have been his computer not being used to more than 100 big blinds.
Yeah, you need a heck of a lot more RAM for 200 big blind stack.
So Chris well into a tank here. I think likely hands, certainly some 10-jack, king-9 type hands where he's going to be tanking.
Yeah, for 1/3 of the pot size bet, let's see what kind of floats you have here. Every single king high, every single 3, every single backdoor clubs, 4, 5, 6, 7, 4, 5.
Oh, and he just lays it down.
Just tight fold, very tight fold. The first few hands.
On to the next hand.
That might be very indicative of the style of game we've got here coming up. Oh, who's texting now? Come on, Chris. Where are you at? I sent him the email again, so he should get, between the two of us, he should get one of the invites.
Hopefully.
Oh, I see some movement. All right.
Might have cards back.
All right. Well, let's see what we got here. We got a 3x open from some
Looks
unknown.
like Chris
cards.
opting for the 3x sizing.
Yeah. We got a defend from Anthony with the Queen 2 of Hearts.
He is Rayleigh Ron for fans live at the bike. Looks like Anthony with a queen, backdoor flush draw. Pretty reasonable call here on the flop. Should Chris opt to bet?
All right, I'm just working with Chris behind the scenes here to get some cards up and running.
It's big sizing.
Yeah,
on the flop.
we've got what, 72%, 73%, something like that. So we got a 3x open and a big C bet.
And Anthony just lays it down.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. With a third pot size bet, you get to float a lot, and it also attacks all of the crappier hands. So it's a good sizing to use, but I mean, the big sizing, only stronger hands continue, right? So it's...
Anthony probably has a lot of better hands on that board, certainly.
Definitely. Chris is texting me. My computer is super slow loading this up. It's all good. So we see a limp on the button, whether that was intentional or he's just frustrated saying, hold on, I'm working on the back end for the cards here, guys.
And he's...
Looks like we lost him again. So we could be out of hole cards here with Chris's end.
Well, at least we have one side, certainly. Anthony raising it up to 5 with the 4-7 offsuit.
Usually out of position to a limp, you want to make it a little bit bigger. That's kind of 4x is usually the standard size you see, but we'll see what happens here, see what develops. Anthony flopping open-ended, the bottom end of the straight.
Open-ended backdoor flush draw. Weak one at that.
Some of the back checks are hilarious here. Anthony's chirping Chris, saying, well, if you'd stop running Sims in the background during the middle of the hand, you'd be able to show your cards to everyone. And now
Chris using some real-time assistance.
Mark in the chat is asking, can Anthony or Chris watch this video? Originally, we did have a 3-minute delay set, or we're going to do a 5-minute delay with a 3-minute time bank. But in order to interact with the chat sort of in real time, we decided to change it to a 30-second delay. They're not going to be watching these streams. Clearly, Chris's computer can't run it at the same time anyways. So it's kind of more of an honor system. They're just going to watch the stream later once the match is done. So 30-second delay. And that gives us a chance to kind of interact with you guys in a little bit more timely fashion here. So
it's definitely an honor system thing. I think they could pull it up, but in a situation like this, I mean, probably better off not seeing the other person's cards, to be honest.
Yeah. Glad says, can we get an all in? Well, we're like we are actually 13 hands in. Hopefully once
13 slow hands. Should go faster once we figure this out.
Once the technical glitches get out of the way here and we get into some sort of rhythm where they can kind of go back and forth at a nicer pace, focus a little more instead of on the technical stuff. They can focus on their game, and I'm sure we'll start to see some more action. 7 deuce in our home game. That's a fan favorite. It's also a bluffing game. 7 deuce. If you haven't played it before, if there's non-poker players in the chat, we play 7 deuce at 25 a man. So if you, or woman, a person, sorry, if you bluff or win with 7 deuce, everyone at the table pays you a fixed price, whether it's $10, 15, a quarter, whatever. I've got Chris up and running here again.
So we have full cards once again. Chris holding Queen 8 with the 8 of clubs.
All right. So
looks like Anthony's deciding to bet and bluff here with the 7 deuce. I'm not sure if he's aware that there isn't a 7 deuce game on, but we like it. Chris opting for a raise.
I have Chris's whole cards back. Perfect. I'm just going to let him know. So thanks again, guys, for bearing with us. Hopefully this is the last issue.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Good luck. Good luck in our chat group here. All right, so hopefully I can focus on the match a little bit more now. No more technical difficulties.
Looks like Anthony with 7 deuce again. Back to back.
Back to back 7 deuces.
Chris flopping a flush draw. Not a bad flop for 7 deuce, all things considered.
We see a lead, 60% pot lead into a king 9.
And a raise with the 7 deuce.
You know, it's hard to check call down with 7 deuce, Aaron, so I like the raise. I got to tell you. I like to see it.
Interesting turn card. Anthony really going for it here.
Well, if you are going to bluff, the ace is a really good turn card for Anthony's range. I mean, how many kings is Chris really leaving? And he
shows it. Oh, man. Anthony going for maximum disrespect.
So that looks like I'm going to give Anthony a pro tag. If you guys play online at all, you know you can take notes. You can put different colors on your opponent's avatars. Well, I happen to have a few tags here too. So Anthony's getting the 100% pro tag on his avatar right now. Definitely a pro play. Anthony with a gutter. The nut gutter, as they say.
And Chris with jack high. Checks the flop.
Oh, he just drills it.
Anthony's sitting with the nuts.
Does he slow play it? I feel a bet needs to. It's hard to win big pots if
you got to build a pot here if you're holding that. Hard for Chris to really call.
He does check it back.
Now, I mean, you got to go for some value. He chooses an overbet.
Yeah.
And a wise laydown. From the chiropractor.
Just unfortunate. No, not even a pair or anything for Chris to really even consider.
Yeah.
A couple of hands here that should be putting some chips in the pot.
Oh, and Anthony flopping a set. Certainly running good. Chris with the backdoor flush draw. We could very well see some action here.
In our circles, we call that a sun runner. If you're running good, flopping straights, flopping sets... Sun running. Definitely sun running.
Chris just lays it down. That must be frustrating for Anthony. You know, you get a premium hand like that. And... Oh my goodness. This could be devastating.
So we see Anthony sticking to his 2.5x open. Chris
with a 3x 3-bet. Looks like a 4-bet coming from Anthony. We should probably just see all the money get in here.
So we got a 3.5, 3.2. X 4-bet standard. Now Chris can go either way. He can shove or he can flat. There's really no wrong choice here.
And we see it go all in. And a call. The first all in of the night. Aces versus ace queen. Dead on the turn for Anthony.
So after off to a rocky start with technical difficulties, Chris picks up with aces.
The smooth sailing from here on in.
Sun runner.
Chris now with over 140 big blinds approximately. We'll see if his computer can handle it. Flopping a queen.
Yeah, top paired.
And no action.
Mark in the chat says, damn.
Looks like Chris flopping top pair. Interesting. Checks top pair twice in a row. Oh, I guess it's not top pair now on the turn. Ugly run out for the jack.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. With the jack 3 of hearts, I mean, you can go two ways. You want to bet your better jacks, maybe check back some of them. Like jack 3 is a good check back. You got backdoor hearts, so yeah, 2 overs.
Definitely an ugly run out.
Let's see if Anthony decides to try and take it away here. Nope, showdown's the ace high. Got a text here from Wayne saying, I love the all-in triangle. For those of you who saw it, hopefully I get to put it out a bunch more times. It is the actual all-in triangle that we use in our home games. I was able to find a little graphic for it.
Chris flopping a monster here, but no action. Open-ended straight flush draw. Straight draw and a flush draw, rather.
There's in a lot of King X. Anthony topping up. 18 more chips. Ace 6 seems to be the hand. I've made some memes about
6 versus Ace Jack suited. Probably a likely. We're going to see a 4-bet here from Chris.
Could go either way. Nope.
Flat. Suited on the button. I'm amicable to just seeing a flop. Oh. And a nice flop at that.
Chris is flopping good. Clubs both times, too.
Really, both players can't hate this flop.
Going to be hard for Anthony to continue here. I mean, he is repping a big pair. But
he calls.
I like it. Oh. He drills a card that allows him to continue based on the size of the bet here. Chris could check or he can bomb again. I can't see
Chris really slowing down here at all, even on the river. Should he hit or miss? It looks like it's going to be Anthony's turn to raise.
Interesting raise. I mean, Chris can't really go anywhere, but like the 6, and he could have just as easily, called pocket 10s, pocket jacks.
Oh, and the jack, Chris gets there. That's what we call a sunrunner. Snaps him off on the river. Or is he now slow rolling him?
There's just
could Anthony get 5-6? Is Chris contemplating a hero fold?
Yeah,
but
there's no world where Chris is folding that
in. That's another bullet down for Anthony. Chris with an early lead.
Yeah. Will we see a shove all in for 17 chips here? We see a limp. Now it's Anthony's turn to flop a flush draw. Unfortunately, the one flaw with this app is it doesn't auto-reload, which would have really sucked if Anthony got aces now and he's looking down at his 17-chip stack. It's quite frustrating.
Chris probably with a wise laydown.
All right, so we see the old 45 of diamonds and a limp raise. I'd like to see Chris make it $8 out of position. Just you want to make it a little bit more expensive for your positional disadvantage. He does hit a 4 though. I do like his sizing on the flop. He's very consistent with the third of the pot size bet, that 33%. You can't go wrong with that size.
The King 5, one of Trevor's favorites.
It's always good to have a 5 in your hand. Now, does Chris elect to 3-bet ace-10 or flat call? I can see going either way. I think sometimes you'd raise, sometimes you just call.
I really like the 3-bet here. especially when you're getting called by a hand like King 5.
Well, you know I'd win this if we were playing heads up, Aaron. Here, even with your ace, I'd win with the King 5 somehow.
Chris just flopping the best, and that's all she wrote.
Just monitoring the chat here a little bit. Commentary is amazing. Well done, gentlemen, says Rob White. Thank you, Rob. Again, hitting a 4.
Both players with a little piece.
I like the sizing. $7.
Not the best turn card, really. Some 2 pairs getting there. Doesn't slow down Chris, though.
No, not with top pair.
Anthony continues to call.
There are some, like if it was like a 7 of hearts or something, maybe Anthony can bluff at it. It's going to be very hard to bluff at a board like this. It kind of favors the button's range a lot. Because you'd think Chris would be 3-betting a lot of those types of hands that hit that board. So we see a limp and then a min raise. We're getting cute here. It might have been a misclick with the bet wheel.
Oh my, top pair and bottom set.
Anthony flopping sets, eh? That's how he does it.
Some dubious pre-flop action turning into now a boat for Anthony. Chris can't help but love that turn card. But we just see a check.
This is one of those spots where the queen, where you're kind of like, you like having the board pair, and then an ace comes and maybe you chop with queen jack or queen 10. Chris nuts, or Anthony.
Pretty nice to just call down with, I think.
Going to be hard for Chris to get away from this one.
Looks like Anthony might be opting for an overbet.
I like 150%. There it is. Let's call 130%, something like that. Not
It's
bad.
an interesting spot here for Chris. And he lays it down, a wise laydown. Chris is on fire.
Discipline float. I think that earns Chris the pro tag here for sure.
Kings versus the 5-8. Likely 3-bet here from Anthony.
What size does he go? When I usually do 4 times whatever the open is. I would like to see a little bit bigger from Anthony here. It gives,
especially in position, Chris is going to be calling everything against that 3-bet size.
Chris has a favorable flop to continue.
Absolute brick on the turn. Anthony sizing down a little bit.
It's one of those wet textures. You want to size up on wet textures and size down on dry boards. We kind of have the exact
pair now for Chris.
Oh.
Let's see if he goes for some value.
That card's going to slow down both players because there are some 6s. I feel like a comment's coming from Anthony here called like Lucksack Chris or something like that. No Lucksack comment.
Anthony just can't catch a break. Chris almost at 300 big blinds.
Anthony topping up for another 15-20 chips here.
Do you think Anthony's had more reloads or cans of Coca-Cola since the match started?
That is a great prop bet. Hard to say, Aaron. It really is hard to say at this point. He has had a lot of 4-5s. Have you noticed? 4-5.
He has,
4
certainly.
or 5. I like the bet. Well, I'm on my second red line, so I'm putting a red line up for my I thought you'd be drinking Twisted Teas today. Another set for Anthony. How do you flop that many sets? You only
similar board too. We saw Queen 3-4 last time, and now Jack 3-4.
You only flop a set 1 in 7.5 times. Not for Anthony.
I think that's now 3 sets in the match for Anthony.
There's only been 31 hands. I don't blame Chris. I mean, you have hit a 4.
Oh my gosh, this is fireworks here. Probably the gin turn card. I can't see. I don't know. We might see all the money go in here.
Chris is thinking, oh man, did I just suck out on like Queen Jack so great? Oh, can't
Chris
wait.
Now raising. We're probably going to see. Yeah, I can't help but see everyone going all in here.
Like, I mean, you could flat call, but there's a lot of bad turn cards not that he's worried about that kill action for Anthony, like a 5, a 6, a spade. I mean, you're not so much worried about maybe losing, you're worried more about...
Yeah, it's just like, how do I get all the money in the middle? I want to get...
I don't blame him.
Now.
I don't blame him. It's a great raise. Chris is not going to be able to get away from this unless he thinks Anthony has 5, 6 or upset. He does have outs, though. 7 or a 4. So the match is going back and forth.
And we see the first all-in pot going Anthony's way.
And I missed my all-in button here. I'm going to put it in after the fact. Oops, there it goes. So, Aaron, here's a question for the people that are non-poker players. As we see different stacks get in, what is considered deep stack? Like, at what point and what changes when you hear people say, oh, we're playing deep stack? How is that different than what they started with, for example?
I mean, looking at once you get deeper, a lot of those hands, like, you know, your pocket pairs or lower pocket pairs, you know, you have these suited connectors, these hands where, you know, they don't have great absolute hand strength, but they can make some really big hands in situations that can make big pots. So you're going to see, you know, these hands have a lot more value as we do get deep. I personally consider deep 200 big blinds or more. I think it's pretty fair to say.
That's right where I was about to suggest. I mean, 100 is your starting, 150, that's still pretty normal, 175.
Once you get 200, I mean, you know, you have just a lot more playability. You can make these big pot bets, pot raises, put your opponents in tough spots.
And for people asking, well, what do they mean by 200 big blinds? Or 200 bigs deep? It's the size of the blind. In this case, it's $1 or $2. So once they get to that $400 mark, Chris and Anthony are effectively 200 big blinds deep. And that's where things get fun and interesting, as Aaron said, because the money doesn't go all in maybe on the flop or the turn. You might still have room to raise a turn, bet, and have even more chips left or behind on the river. So it gets really fun and interesting.
So we see a really big bet here from Anthony, turning his 10 into a bluff. Chris actually holding a queen.
The nice thing about Chris's hand is he doesn't have diamonds. It'd be nice if he had the queen 4 clubs. You want your opponents to have diamonds that missed or have spades that missed.
Diamonds
makes
got
the call.
There,
Yeah, or sorry,
Chris
the
calls.
diamonds. There, yeah. Big call. Nice bet.
Call.
Big call.
Good call, Chris. That's not an easy call to make. Chris flopping open-ended. Anthony with the third nut flush draw.
Just going to message the boys here saying, depending on how long this goes, if they need a break, let us know. And we can switch scenes here and kind of just do some commentary. So, Queen Deuce versus the Queen 10. Interesting.
Chris now pulling ahead. Still pretty ugly board. And Anthony with the flush. Straight on board. I think the beauty of this format is the fact that the blinds don't go up, and we could very well see 500 big blind, uber deep stacked heads up play.
It'd be interesting to see that run out. The run out was 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'd like to see when neither player has anything or shit, and one guy goes over bet, I'm repping the higher 7 or call for a chop, and they go back and forth. So hopefully we'll see
both
some
of them
of that.
capable.
All right, we're going to give Anthony a shark tag here. He's been swimming, hunting fish. I got about 15 different tags here for you guys. Hopefully we'll cycle through them at some point. King Jack of Hearts versus the Queen 9. Chris outflopping Anthony here, but Anthony is
nice flop really for both players. Queen would be ugly.
David in the chat. David, sorry if I pronounced the last name wrong. Is it French? Dubables? I'm just gonna call you David. Chris should be three betting a little bit more, he says. That very well could be. We'll see. I mean, depends on the cards, depends on the size of the opponent's open, but who knows? He might amp up the aggression in the later hours here. I gave you a twisted tea icon.
I saw that.
You cracked a beer earlier and it threw me off. I'm like, I didn't get him a beer icon. I got him a twisted tea.
I ran out of twisted teas last night.
I bought red lines today. I've been out. Oh, Chris with another pocket pair. No set. I'd email support. I'd be a little bit upset.
It's like bottom pair for Chris. We'll see a call.
It's going to be an interesting spot for both players here.
Neither player really loving that turn.
I'm going to put it right by the mic. Hopefully that influences some of our viewers to grab a beverage of their choice and join us this evening. Can't blame either player for checking down. You got to think your sixes are good there too, but at the same time, you might think your deuce is good there with a bunch of stuff that missed.
Yeah, when I get check two on the river, I mean, you're probably good.
You're like, have high card. Both flopping a 10.
Out kicked, but will it be for long?
I'm going to switch scenes here real quick here, guys. Show you a new scene. It's called our leaderboard here. Just kind of a bit of an update. So for the leaderboard, Chris up $221. Hopefully you guys can still see the table and their stack sizes. I did try and minimize it as I switch scenes so you can kind of still stay in the action. Like I said,
the game that Chris gets there.
Chris gets there. All right, I'll switch back. It's all right.
10-3 now making two pair.
I'm anxious.
I think you got a raise through, actually.
That's actually a big pot. I apologize for switching scenes in the middle of a...
Tens again, 10-9 versus 6-10.
We had one of the YouTube subscribers commenting, will we be able to hear Chris and Anthony? If we tried that, you saw how much difficulty it was just for two of us to try and get our audio correct. So we'll have to just watch the chat bubbles on the table here in the Poker 2 app.
Both players with a piece here. Top pair for Anthony, middle pair for Chris.
I like how we can all zoom in on where his cards are and see what he's trying to chat. All right, I'm done looking at the 100% Pro and the Shark. I'm giving them some new tags here. How about... those are too good. We're going to do the whale and a fish for both. Not that they are, but I just feel like displaying some of the shit that I looked up, made transparent, and brought it into this. Nines, take it down. All right, let's try.
9 kickers.
A whale.
Rather, a pair of 9s are good.
Whale and a fish. How about that?
Chris opening up the 6-8 suited, and it looks like Anthony's opting for a 3-bet with the ace-4. They definitely could like to see some bigger sizing there. Maybe it's $20, but
yeah, usually 4x the open is kind of the name of the game when you're 3-betting.
Looks like Anthony flopping an ace out now. Chris turning his hand into a bluff.
Interesting.
With the bet on the flop, or the raise on the flop rather.
Anthony doesn't love his ace at this point.
Can't go anywhere though.
Can't go anywhere because there's a million draws. Hearts are obviously there.
10 is a dubious card. I think we're going to see Chris continue on the complete airball.
What could Chris check raise with for value? If like ace-3 and 3-3, I guess makes sense. But I mean, Anthony does block both of those hands, having ace-4 himself, queen-3, a lot of heart draws.
The ace-queen off. I don't know. Ace-queen suited maybe.
This is true.
Saw him flat ace-jack suited earlier.
We have a $200 pot here. What is Chris going to do? Is he going to just go bet? Very exciting.
I mean, this is the beauty of deep stack play, but it looks like Chris is giving up. And Anthony, I think, is going to be surprised seeing his weak ace hold.
I don't blame Chris. I mean, he went for two bets. When you get called twice, you kind of go, You know? Can't blame either player on that one. Both played very standard, very well played.
Anthony's now taking the lead, although I believe it's with his own chips.
Again, Anthony with the number of 4s and 5s he seems to be connecting with is quite high.
Anthony checking. So Chris is up $152 as of this hand.
Yeah, that's why I was switching scenes there. I have a little leaderboard scene, but it was the wrong time to do it.
So although Anthony's ahead in chips, those are actually the chips that he's rebought with. So Chris right now is in the lead with respect to the heads-up match.
Both players with a king. The king of spades a little bit more relevant. As you can see on the turn, why? You just gotta love king 5. I love the lead. These red lines are going down smooth. Smooth.
Chris with the 9-7 of diamonds, but no action from Jack 5 off.
I gotta say, both players are very consistent with their buttons so far. It seems like Chris is sticking to the 3x size and Anthony to the 2.5x size, which is nice to see and to be consistent. Very small 3-bet. $4 more.
Misclick. You never know.
Could be a misclick. We're gonna ask about that. King Jack to $9. Was that a misclick?
It's a pretty big turn for Anthony here. He has a flush draw. He's not going anywhere.
Chris gets there.
Chris now with a straight.
Anthony could.
Wonder if Anthony can get tricky with it. No, he's just going to throw it away.
I think if Chris bets smaller, that it might have opened the door for Anthony to raise. But when Chris bets so large, it's kind of hard to attack. Anthony going for the 7 deuce. 3-bet size is a little bit bigger this time, a full 3x. I'd like to see it closer to the 4x size, but it is bigger, which is good. Backdoor diamonds. And he continues with a... I like his c-bet sizing, I must admit. He's very consistent with that 1/3. There's a GTO sizing, as they say. And he takes it down. Show the 7 deuce. He says 25. All right.
E9 versus the ace king off. Chris opting for a more standard raise size here of 3x.
3x. And
we don't see the $9 taken out. Anthony flopping the best of it. Chris can't really hate this board either, to be honest.
I could go either way with the ace king. I mean, you block ace queen and king queen, so I would like to have seen a small c-bet there. Now a big turn bet lead.
The lead c-bet, but he's just betting into a queen.
I think you should take your showdown here at the ace high, and that's what we see Chris does. Now, does Anthony bet? He should. Shouldn't see too many 2x you're worried about. Shouldn't be worried about too many club check raises and a monster.
Anthony actually overbetting here with the queen 9. Interesting spot for Chris. I mean, I can't see.
This is very interesting. Like, I thought it might be like so almost too weird that Chris might want a hero because it.
I just don't think there's enough bluffs. I mean, there was no flush draw, 4-5. You know, very likely for Anthony to have.
I like this. So now we see a limp from Chris, and Anthony went more than he went 4x plus. He went to the $9 mark there.
Looks like Chris is the chiropractor, but Anthony's the one making the adjustments.
But I'm like, if you guys can count on me for spontaneity and one-liners and jokes, that's not my forte. That was good though. Aaron's on the ball.
Aces here versus the 5-10 suited premium hand, and Chris with a limp. Anthony going with that $9 sizing again.
I on these monotone I love the sizing. Go very, 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 very small. You can do 20%.
You get called by so many different hands.
Yeah, you can bet one big blind on this flop because you're really not worried about too much if you're Anthony here. And Chris is open-ended but can't handle too much heat, so I do like the small sizing.
Anthony opting for a check. He might actually induce a bet here out of Chris, and it looks like that's what's happening.
Well done. Don't raise. Don't raise. Set the trap. Follow through. Don't get too excited.
Looks like Anthony might be blowing his load a little early.
I was going to say. $200.
Now, could Chris just think that Anthony's playing at him? I mean, there's so much history between these two players.
And we just saw it overbet the previous hand.
But we just see it get thrown away. I think Anthony could have got a lot of money out of Chris if he just slow played that a little bit.
It's unfortunate with aces on like monotone flops or boards in general have smaller sizes. It's so hard to continue. So you kind of, it sucks to see those kind of flops when you got big hands because you know the pot's just generally going to play out smaller unless you want to go crazy with it. But it's just
some huge hand.
Yeah, ace seven.
Swapping top two, not paid off. Queen 10 squared here.
So we got a min 3-bet here. $4 raise. This is bananas.
Oh, wow.
This is going to be...
all the money's going in.
They're going to be so disappointed when they each see each other's hands.
Both players licking their chops.
Getting sneaky. We see a lead. We see just a flat call. I feel like the turn card isn't really that scary.
Anthony overbetting the turn now. I mean, Chris can't help but think, maybe a big draw.
Does Chris? He looks like he's going size up. I like a call. I like a min raise. Oh, beautiful. 3x. Here's a question for you, Aaron. How big is your standard check raise? Like, there's single raise pot. This is what this one is. So on the flop, okay, we'll wait until this plays out. Where's my all-in button? I'm always slow.
All around.
I'm slow with the all-in button. But my question is,
in terms of a check raise, I don't know. I always like 2.5 to 3x. I like just, usually actually the 3x, maybe even 3.5. I like going a little bit bigger. I don't love min raises personally, but
I do the 3.5.
Players that can incorporate them well.
Yeah, I like the 3.5 on the flop or turn if it's just been checked through. And then what about in 3-bet pots? Do you have a different size when it's a 3-bet pot?
I think it might be board dependent. Really what I'm looking to get out of the raise. Am I looking to just get some value? Am I trying to blow the opponent off of a good hand?
Chop it up, yeah.
A lot of different uses, I think, at different sizings, which can accomplish that.
Yeah, I do. Single raise pot or SRP single raise pot, usually 3.5 is what I lean more towards. And then in the 3-bet pots, it's like 2.5, 2.2, because it's already big anyways. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Definitely depends on the amount that you have back to. You might want to leave yourself a pot size bet on the river. Kind of take into consideration things of that nature.
We got Queen 6 here from Anthony. He's going to stick with his $5 a standard fold here. Whoa, not non-standard fold here. Queen 6.
It's been open from the Queen 6.
If you're playing 7 deuce, I think Queen 6 isn't open.
Might be playing 7 deuce for the flair.
Could be. That one is a little bit sexier and more fun to play. Anthony
looks like a gutter for Anthony and top pair here for Chris. Ooh, might see some fireworks here. Ace King versus King Jack.
So Chris goes for the raise, standard, and a flat. I like the flat. You can 4-bet, I would say, at a very small percentage or infrequently with King Jack offsuit.
Another one of these monotone boards. Chris opting, it looks like, for a larger sizing. Yeah, with the nut flush draw.
Can't do much on that board, unfortunately. Whereas if Chris bet, and he's not worried about too much with the ace, if Chris bets $4 or $5, maybe Anthony floats a king high, but it's so hard to continue.
A lot of good runouts for Chris's hand. It looks like this was a limped pot.
So again, with heads up, if someone limps, I always still lean towards that 4x size. You should have some hands that you're just going to raise. Like if you have aces, you're not going to check it back. So there's a bluff range and a raise range, but usually against a limp, I'd like to see an $8 raise with a variety of hands.
So top pair versus a flush draw. This could get interesting.
Quick call by Anthony. Ooh, Anthony's got a world, a 5, a 9, some hearts. Does he raise?
Like he's double gutted with the flush draw.
I like the raise. Can't go wrong. Take the betting lead. The 7 does. Great card.
I would say for Chris, I mean, I don't think you can do anything but call.
Yeah,
but a lot of ugly rivers. I think that's what we see.
So now it's
interesting for Anthony.
You'd rather see a 2, a 3, a 9, a variety of bluff cards. The board pairing is one of those ones where once you've check raised, you're a little frustrated, but you still kind of have to go for it.
Yeah, it's hard, on a board pair because you see a hand like a 10 and they're just never folding.
Yeah. And Chris is kind of happy with the 7 pairing too. Like if he had 6-4 or some weird 10-2 or what other 2 pair, you kind of...
Yeah, he's ahead of a lot of those, pair plus draw type hands.
Although 6-7 is a big part of the check raiser.
Looks like trips now for Anthony.
I'm reading the chat. Carl says, any bet that Trevor will be 12 red lines deep by the end of this match? Who's got the under? Carolina says, are there bets on who the winner is? I think you just need to read the chat there, Carolina. If it hasn't been evidenced, I'm quite certain there is some side bets going on, prep bets going on who's going to win the match. I don't know what those bets are, but I'm quite certain they're taking place.
I saw Carl with a bet on Chris. Big Anders had Anthony.
All right, we got a deuce 4 and a king 5.
King 5 again making a appearance.
See, this is where I like the king 5 bet. Chris is forced to continue with the deuce, and then Anthony can bet bigger. That's not the greatest card, but like if it was a jack, a 10, a queen, you just have license to punish and bet again, and then it's one of those boards where you didn't get license to punish, unfortunately, but you usually can just bet all those big overcards. And
3 pairs is going to take it down for Chris.
All right. Chris is typing. We see Anthony again with his 4-5, which he seems to have a lot of this match. Opening to $5. I missed the first part of that sentence, but the second half said, "But you're overreaching." See here, Anthony, your $3 bet was perfect, and now you let Chris get there and hits a 10. You missed your C-bet, Anthony.
Looks like the 10 will take it down.
All right, we're going to put them both sharks for now. We'll let this hand play out, and I have a screenshot that shows the legend of our funny tags. There's a few I have not used yet. I'm saving them for the right moment. King 10 versus Queen 8. Chris flopping second pair. Bet and take it down. We are hand number 69 of the match. About 1 hour in so far, just shy.
King 6 versus the 9-5. Both a little bit for players.
We both chime in with the same commentary. Both. I'll let him finish. We have the same kind of thought process.
See if Chris can hit his flush, and he does.
There's been a lot of these 4-board flushes.
Again, Chris, what a luck sack.
Yeah. Do you know what? Of all my little goofy graphics, I didn't get a luck. I have Sunrun. I did not get. There's a luck sack.
I feel like luck sack. You need like a little leprechaun.
Yeah, I've got. Also, I've got calling station. I got ATM, shark, fish, whale. Tight as balls. Not gonna see. We're not gonna see that much. It's heads up.
I don't think we can see that one.
You know what? We're gonna put them both tight as balls. It's irrelevant, folks. They are not tight as balls, but just for the fun factor of seeing the little graphic that I spent so much time making. Where is the tight as balls? Here. There's some nut sacks above our two lovely opponents here.
Anthony, both players actually with a gunner.
Turns a king. In our circles, there's nit, there's passive. We prefer the term tight as ball. How tight was he? As balls is what our circle of friends say.
I think that's the technically correct term for
it. It is, though. It is. If you're going to be a poker player.
Queens versus 4-3. And a little piece for Chris. Monotone board again. You see Anthony actually sizing up now.
Looks like the takeaway from this whole match would be study some monotone boards. We've seen about 1 billion in 73 hands. We've seen 82 monotone boards. Shows the deuce 3. Also known as the skinny. I think I saw that once on one of the streams.
It is the skinny.
7 deuce. Some people play the 2-3, the other game, the bluffing game.
I like the 7 deuce. Big hand here for Chris. Ace king.
Chris says the nut low. The only thing lower is your IQ. What are friends for? Friendly little match.
Top pair for both players. I can't see Chris slow playing this hand on this board.
He does usually bet bigger. Now I see an $8 to $9 bet, I believe. 7, all right. Just under 75%.
It's perhaps influenced by the default bet sizes of Poker 2.
This card shouldn't slow anyone down, yeah.
I think Anthony's just in check call mode really here.
Here's where you got King Deuce.
Like that.
You might think, hey, I chop with King Jack.
The overbit lead.
Interesting.
Now for Chris, so I guess you just have to call.
I like these spots that Anthony's picking. The problem is it always runs into Chris's range. But I mean, you could check call twice with a 9 and do this. It makes sense. It's just unfortunate for Anthony that he's run into Chris's ace jack top of the range each time.
He's blocking a king. You know, like the expectation is he's less likely to have a king.
You gotta admire the bravado to go for it though. Those overbets, he's definitely trying, and you gotta love it. I mean, it's just unfortunate he hasn't found a spot yet where it's just pure. He just keeps running into it.
Like where his head's at. Queens for Anthony once again.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just...
Both players actually picking up a fair share of premium hands for only 78 hands played. I think we've seen queens twice, kings a couple times, aces twice.
A lot of ace king. This is true. For 80 hands in a match, it's so hard to get premium hands. A lot of times in heads up, you're playing pair, high card, you know, for the most
you don't
part
have the luxury of, full ring. Ace queen versus the 8-6 suited.
We could go either way with the 8-6 here. Just a flat, all right. Here's where if Chris... Oh, I like the check. If Chris bets 4, if I'm Anthony, I float the 8-6. I mean, here now it gets even more interesting. This is one of those boards where it's... Chris has the range advantage, but the overbet would really work for Anthony in this case.
Yeah.
Come on, Anthony, find a $58 bet.
Wonder if Anthony's just going to think, am I going to run into it again?
Like he's going for it. I don't blame him. I mean, you get smacked in the face a couple times after pulling the trigger. You kind of sit back and maybe reassess, but
you're going to see ghosts. Oh my goodness. 9s versus kings once again in Chris's favor. We'll see if Anthony can flop a set.
Hopefully.
Looks like Chris actually, look at this sizing that he's using here with a uber premium hand. He's now going for a 5x. We haven't seen that before in the match.
So this is one of those spots. Anthony continues. It's going to be hard to continue. And a sneaky little check.
I wonder if that check is going to cause all the money to go in. Oh, neither player loving that turn.
Overbet Anthony. Overbet Anthony. No. Come on, find it.
I think we're just headed to showdown. Chris go for thin value.
Oh, what misses though? What misses?
Yeah.
7-8 of spades miss. Yeah.
Could Anthony be sussing this out? And, I have to be beating nothing here.
Like Chris would bet big with all of his big hands, right? Like he's got to.
Especially when you see a $25 3-bet. But alas, Chris taking down another one, and Anthony might be forced to reload again now that he's below that 100 big blind mark.
Both players not shy, though. They're moving some chips here. A lot of premium hands, like you said, so just interesting to see. I wonder about that 5. Is that the first 5x open from Chris, though, or 5x3?
I think that is.
It's something you want to be cautious about. You don't want to just do it with premium and then not so much with your weaker hands. You want to be consistent so that your opponent doesn't pick up on that, right? So.
I mean, maybe he's looking at the hole cards and he just sees Anthony has 9s. You can't rule that out either.
It is a factor, right? Oh shit, is the delay even on?
Looks like Anthony flopping the best of it.
I can go with a check or a third of the pot. Either one.
Yeah, with these weaker top pairs, it's just nice to kind of check. And we do see that from Anthony. The delayed C-bet.
I like it. It's one of those hands where you could check again and then do delayed C-bet turn or delayed C-bet river. You're not really worried about too many rivers. Turn. You have both options available. Both pretty safe. All right, I'm tired of looking at nutsacks on the screen here. We'll do some fun ones. I got to turn them off first. All right. Get your debit cards ready. Find your nearest ATM. This used to be an old full tilt avatar. I don't know if you ever saw that, Aaron, or if you played or remember or heard about it. But yeah, an ATM used to be an avatar selection.
That's funny.
On the old full tilt.
Full tilt was a little bit before my day.
Yeah. Yeah, still a fun avatar. Oh, I have both. I have nutsacks and you know what? Let's leave them both up. Why not?
The nutsack and the ATM.
All right, I guess I forgot to turn the nutsacks off. Here we go. They're gone.
I think it's a little bit of an oxymoron to be as tight as balls ATM.
I spit out money, but only 100. No, only 5s. Yeah. Yeah.
Looks like a 3-bet coming in here from Chris with the ace 3. We see that. Oh, look at that. That 5x sizing again.
Okay.
This time with ace 3. Open-ended now for Anthony.
I like it's one of those boards that should connect with your range. I like the continuation bet, and Anthony's not going anywhere open-ended. Gets dicey though, dude. Do you fire that second bullet? It's hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting there, with 38. He's not going to be folding any draw. Is Chris knowing that he's just betting for value here?
Yeah, like Anthony's.
What? No pair is really going anywhere. Now you see a 9. Chris, wow, I guess, bluffing at this point, but mysteriously he's good. So
we got 200 in the middle. If Chris checks, will Anthony go? Oh,
now we're just gonna have to see a fold.
I mean, it's unfortunate. You just can't do anything about it. Anthony's struggling with a fold. For those wondering,
Chris showing the ace 3, thinking it's a bluff.
Yeah,
he was good the entire way.
Value bluff. Yeah. For those wondering, like, so we're playing, or we're the players are playing on what's called the Poker 2 app, 4R's Poker 2 app, but they've also downloaded what's called BlueStack Simulator, so they're playing from their desktop, which is a little bit more.
Chris making adjustments now, Trevor. He opened
cumbersome.
to $10, so he did a 5x open with the pocket sixes.
5, so 10. Interesting. Like, I can understand a bigger size as both stacks get deeper, but usually when your opponent's stack gets smaller, you should open smaller. But I mean, on this board, Chris has got to think he's got the best hand, and so does Anthony.
With only $71 left.
Oh, the check back. Interesting.
Just going to save some money.
Yeah. But I was going to say they're playing from their computers, which is what helped with sharing the hole cards and everything else. But it is a little cumbersome. So when you see the players kind of like trying to flick that bet wheel, which is so easy to do from our phone with our thumb, it's a little trickier with the mouse. Sometimes it isn't as accurate. So that's why you see Anthony swiping 4 times frantically trying to fold the nothing, right? So... So our YouTube chat was in like a lion, out like a lamb. A little quiet now in the YouTube chat. If anyone has comments or questions, fire them off.
Still 26 viewers. This is a pretty big hand here. Anthony flopping the best of it. Getting that 8 on Chris. Both with top pair.
But then, yeah.
Anthony with 2 pair. You see a raise.
Another monotone board.
Chris is the monotone board. I didn't see that either.
Chris with the buried spade.
Chris has the spade. Or a spade, rather.
I like the small bet. I mean, you're already dead to flush. Anthony got to feel pretty good about that river card. I'd have sized up a smidge more, maybe 45, 48, but hey, still getting value nonetheless.
He does get value.
Nice hand. Nice hand.
Decent sized pot. Pocket 4s, more pocket pairs for Anthony.
So we should see a set here about 90% of the time when Anthony has a pair. No 4.
Surprising miss, although there are turns and rivers.
A rare miss.
Color me shocked.
If that was a 4, he just drills it.
Yeah.
I'd have had to go get 2 more beers. I'm going to have to anyway, but you know. So Chris sitting on about $600, Anthony at $300.
Has Chris reloaded yet? I don't think so.
No.
He's on his original 200.
Chris plus 431 at the moment. We see
Anthony with trips.
You know, not surprising. It's just different this time because the pair is on the board, not in his hand.
Looks like we're up to 32 viewers. It's not bad.
Anthony with quads.
Anthony now making quads. Yet Chris is the one betting. It's not always how it goes, you know?
Quads is one of those hands, like, how do you get paid? You have the board gridlocked, as they say. So you just kind of hope the opponent puts something in, hope they connect.
Just hope the opponent, you know, maybe has a little pocket pair, something like that.
Yeah.
Chris, could he really call with just a 10 high? And he does.
Yeah. It would have been troublesome if Chris rivered an 8 or a 10, so this should just be the end of it here. Anthony, check, raise, check, you sneaky fuck.
Oh my. He's going to go do the double check raise. You rarely see it.
And Chris has no choice but to go for
Chris
it with...
falls into the trap.
Oh, I got to write this hand down. In one of my more fun hands, the check, raise, check. Chris is... he's forced to bet with the lowest part of his range to bluff. Anthony gets max value on the quads. Maybe I got to research how to play quads because that was well played.
Double check raise. Kudos, Anthony. You don't see that often. And he gets the maximum.
The most money from a hand with absolute air. That was great. That was absolutely fun to see.
That was tremendous.
What was it? 4-4 deuce king.
4-4 deuce 4 king.
Yeah. 4 deuce 4 king. Quads. Check raise, turn river. Gotta love it.
It's funny, Chris didn't even see it. Anthony didn't have to show because he won. So quads being probably the only hand that makes sense to do that.
Yeah, well, I guess what do you like if you hope,
I don't know.
Yeah, if you have an overpair, like what do you do? Would you do with eights? I don't know. Gutter backdoor flush draw and small top pair. Big bet. Yeah, it's hard. See, this is where a third of the pot gets that 7-6 to. That's what you're targeting. That 7-6 float. So the $3 bet extracts that, but that bigger bet gets that fold. Monotone boards.
Another monotone board. Both players actually with a spade this time and a pair.
This is a little bit stronger than most of the monotone boards we've seen. So see if the betting changes.
Maybe both of them happy to get to showdown. Chris probably going to go, nope. Looks like he's checking and check.
Snap check from Anthony. I find it's interesting. It's never a huge pot, but I mean, you both got to feel like you have the best hand there at the river.
Yeah. Well, those small spots, you can get thin value. That bet fold.
I'd have bet that third sizing on the river.
A lot of worse hands that can call, especially heads up. You don't just have to be value betting your top pairs.
Getting a little text from my bro here. Checked out the stream. Looks awesome. Thanks, Clint. My brother also, in the last couple months, been getting into YouTube, microphone, webcam, doing a little bit of content himself, but it's in the financial world, but still broadcasting nonetheless. Do you want me to bring you up a beer? Oh, my God. What a wife. I'm down to my last sip. That's a lie. Well, it's a gulp, but about 3 sips. 1 gulp, 3 sips. I better text back, yes. She's probably like, time. He's out.
Gutter here for Chris. Anthony going to be raising with the pocket tens. Chris also with a backdoor flush draw. Not that it matters. It's a baby. And he just lays it down. That's probably fair.
Sorry, I missed that one as I was texting, and we have a comment from Mark in the chat that said, good job announcing, boys. So we're finding our ebb and our flow, as they say. We were off to a little bit of a jagged start with technical difficulties. First time doing it.
Past hour going pretty well, I think.
I think we've...
Not for Anthony, but for us.
Yeah, we found our groove. Can't speak for the players, but I mean, hey, we're doing good. We're in the zone here as commentators.
Pocket sevens versus 7-4. Chris with a touch.
What do you do with your sevens here? I mean, you have the range advantage because your opponent didn't raise, so they never have aces, never have kings, never have ace-king, but that does not stop Chris Crampton.
Did Chris just lead?
He sure did, Aaron.
Yeah, if I'm sitting here with sevens, I mean, it's just weird. I don't hate a call. I mean, what do you love on the turn and river? You're just trapping in. Like seeing a check, now I love my hand.
My opponent would raise aces, would raise kings, would raise ace-king. What does the lead mean?
Yeah, especially when you see that check on the turn. I mean, Chris is likely betting all of his good hands. Now, here with Anthony, I mean, you have to think you're good.
We have a question in the chat here that I'll let you check out, Aaron, as I grab my beer. I like the overbet. Thank you, my dear.
Anthony just knew right where he was at.
Does it look clear downstairs? Yeah. Jamie says it looks good on the big screen. And I didn't get one. I got 2, folks. 2.
2 red lines.
2. Oh, I miss drinking red lines and playing live poker. I do.
Both players with a 6.
All right, guys. We haven't seen an all-in. I'm ready to put the button up, the all-in button, before the pot instead of at the end of the pot this time. Both with a 6. Call. Okay. A lot of monotone.
Neither player really loving that turn, I don't think.
Like diamonds come in again. I think if I'm Chris, I bet again, but that's just me. Both players going.
Everybody loves a chop pot.
Who are those 2 announcers? Everybody loves a chop pot. What is that? I should know this. It's not coming to me. It's the red lines. Fogged your memory.
It's over my head as well. Looks like Chris going for that bet, and Anthony going to pay it off for a chop.
Here's what we do, Aaron. When in doubt, you ask chat. Chat, who is the announcers from back in the day that says everybody loves a chop pot? And they would say it in unison. There's two. I can think of one, but I can't remember their name. If you know the answer, type it in chat as Aaron Googles it. We got trips here from Anthony and a gutter ball from Chris.
Okay, I know the answer now. I'll wait a little bit. We'll see if chat can chime in. Maybe whose Googling skills are the best.
I'm like, I know it. It's like at the tip of my tongue, but whatever. I can picture his face. He's got a beard now. It doesn't look good on him.
Wait, I'll get a hint. I'll get a hint ready.
Anthony with 7 deuce. Everyone loves a chop pot. Who the fuck is that?
Does this ring a bell?
Oh, Chris Stapes. Yeah, Stapes. Yeah. Chris Stapleton. Yeah, it was like I was right there. But it used to be 2 guys, and I don't know. No one knew the other guy anyways. Who cares? Chris Stapleton. That's all that we wanted.
Looks like Anthony's down a little bit over $350 at this point.
367 to be correct.
367.
All right, I'm taking away the ATM machines. They've had it long enough. They've suffered the humiliation of my fun graphics. We'll put them something more respectable. Do I have anything else? I think that's it. You guys have seen all the fun graphics. Tell you what, we'll
see with the ace-5 suited, a trendy hand.
Can go either way here with the ace-5. I like the 3-bet. I like a flat. You can play it in either line. Both great options.
Queen-6, interesting defend.
It's because of the small sizing. If it's a 4x, I think it's a simple let go. I like the lead. 3rd pot on a somewhat dry board. I mean, he has diamonds, but I mean, can't go wrong. Both players with a 5 in their hand. It's not a king 5, but hey, you work with what you got. So, Aaron, have you watched any of the new high stakes episodes after 9 years? Was it 8 years?
I haven't. No, I've actually been looking forward to doing it. I just haven't gotten around to actually subscribing to Poker Go yet.
Me, Wayne, and Juwan did the first episode in a 3-way Zoom, which was fun.
Yeah.
First episode, boring as fuck. Not gonna lie. Second episode, very entertaining. All I gotta say is Chris Solomon. Fantastic action.
Nice.
So yeah.
Yeah,
it's been fun to see the players back.
Yeah. Watched all the old ones multiple times.
Has any of the players in the chat seen the new high stakes episodes? Ace-4 and King-6.
Chris now opting for the 2.5x, it looks like.
And my lovely wife, who brought me 2 red lines, says, I think you mean Joe Stapleton. Who the fuck is Chris Stapleton? So I said the wrong thing. Is it Joe Stapleton or is she wrong?
I didn't correct you. I clearly didn't even know either.
Let Trev run with it. He's going to look silly on camera. Yeah.
I just heard Stapleton and I'm like, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Stapes. Who says his first name?
See if Anthony can get there with his gutter.
It's a tough call, but it is 1/3. I think
he just gets out of the mix.
I think I call. If it were me, I'd call and bluff a diamond or a jack. That'd be my game plan. King-7 versus the King-4. See a 4x open now.
Ooh.
Hello, 7.
Too fair for Chris. I think overall Chris running better, just in terms of hitting cards at the right time. Not that this is necessarily a...
It'll be interesting if an ace or 10 falls for a chop and then how they proceed.
Yeah, ace 10.
4.
4 is interesting too. 4 is the pain card. Pot growing.
So we have 41 big blinds in the pot. Does Chris go what value? He's like, what can I get called by? Ace 9. Yep, I'm going to bet. That's what Chris
I think I love just, targeting a single pair ace here.
Yeah.
Probably can't fold. In this case, we see
But
Anthony.
Chris,
a little bit of a mess.
Anthony has the nut flush blocker. I know a play called the Shovey Dovey with the nut flush blocker.
Do you want to explain a blocker, Trevor? What is a blocker?
That is a very good question. Again, I'm assuming most of the viewers in the chat here are poker players. If you're not, or you're new to the game and you're wondering, like, what are these terms Trevor and Aaron are talking about? A blocker is a great card to have. That means if it's in your hand, your opponent can't have it. So, for example, if you have pocket fours on 2, 3, 5, it's very, very hard for your opponent to have 4, 6, or ace 4, which are the straight, because you got 2 4s in your hand. There's only 2 left in the deck, which means it's really, really hard for your opponent to have a straight, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because you have 2 4s, which block the likelihood of your opponent having those 2 hands. So when you're bluffing, if you're lucky enough, you don't always find yourself in a spot where you have blockers, but if you do, it just gives you a little bit better chance that your bluff will get through. Because players,
it's almost that peace of mind, you're in the hand we just saw. Looks like here, actually, Anthony probably going for a raise with
the nuts.
The straight.
Second nuts.
Second nuts.
Is it second? No, it's first nuts.
First nuts. First nuts. He has the nuts.
I only saw like 15% of this hand, so. Yeah.
So back to the hand we saw with the King of Hearts. Obviously, Anthony holding the King of Hearts. Chris cannot have the nut flush. So when he bets $54 on the end, he is not doing that with the nut flush. So the best possible hand you can have, we know he doesn't have it. So it might be a good spot.
Which is why I was like, hey, I know of a play called the shove. Means you can't have the nuts because I'm holding the key card, which would give you the nuts. In that case, it was a King of Hearts. It's a good shove. And if we look at the chat here, we've got a gentleman named Jawan asking someone else in chat named Wayne, and he's asking, what's a blocker? Hopefully we explained it for you, Jawan. If you have any more questions, type it in chat. I'm sure Aaron and I are quite capable of helping you out with the answers there. I butchered that, by the way. I couldn't straight face it. Jawan knows what a blocker is. I tried. What's a blocker?
Oh, I was about to say the game, we need a big hand, and here it goes. Aces versus Queen Jack. Chris using that 5x sizing again. Anthony now with the raise.
So 5x open, 2.5x 3-bet. Flat call.
Oh, and a smooth call. Oh, that is greasy.
This is where one of those boards where the aces...
Is Chris just going to raise here and blow Anthony off of his hand? Because I think we can see barrels.
I hope he flat calls. You get excited, you want to build a big pot, but if your opponent has 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks, you kind of want to let them see a turn card, right? So
yeah. I guess maybe, he doesn't have that Ace of Hearts blocker. So maybe a little worried about any flush draws getting there, but
I think I might have to mute my mic and take a 2-minute repos.
Oh, aces again versus the King 4.
These red lines are running through me. All right, we got a 6 and a 15. You got to defend to that small 3-bet size. I don't blame Chris with the call in position. Very dry board. I like the sizing, small. It's hard to continue. It's one of those boards your opponent might find a call with a 6, ace deuce, float with like a 10-8. I don't know, but
facing a 3-bet pre-flop, you just go throw away the king high.
All right, I'm gonna hit mute on my mic, or I should just leave it because I fucked that up last time. I will be back.
Yeah, I'm not gonna mute my mic. It's too risky.
Yeah, you take over for 2 minutes. I'll be back.
All right. Looks like Chris going for Some value here with top pair. Anthony with a lot of nothing. And that's going to get thrown away. King 9 versus 9-6. Chris now opening up to $8. I don't think we've seen that prior in the match, and Anthony's just going to lay it away. Maybe a little interesting. 6-9, favorite hand of mine, actually. Ace Jack suited versus Jack 8. Chris now raising. Anthony with Jack 8 off. And lays it down in position.
All right, what'd I miss?
Nothing too substantial.
Nada.
Some pre-flop. We did see a 4X open from Chris to $8, which I think was new.
So we got a lot of
definitely mixing it up.
Button opens. Very complicated strategy. You got limp, min raise, 3X, 4X, 5X.
I mean, we've seen them all here.
Tough to balance those ranges. You want to have aces in all 5 of those different opening strategies. Really tough to balance, but we're seeing it happen. We're seeing it happen here. All right, what do we got? We got a $13 bet on the turn by Chris on
the gutter. Anthony with that
10
king. And a total whiff by Chris. Is he going to bluff at it?
I mean, I love the continuation. The 6 shouldn't have changed anything. If you're betting on the turn, that 6 means nothing changes.
I think we saw Anthony lay down a king in a similar spot like this, but
very nice call.
He does call.
All right, I'm going to attempt.
I'm going to use this opportunity actually to run to the washroom myself.
I will take over. I'm going to switch scenes here real quick to show you guys the leaderboard so you can see. Different scene here. Chris up $369 in the match. If anything big changes here, we got an ace, a king, 10 flop. I will change back. Like I said, we're on a 30-second delay, not a 3-minute delay. But it is a winner-take-all match. $2,000 going to the winner, and no player can top up more than $200 at a time. So, all right. And if you're wondering about the legend for all those funny tags, we got our fish, where the money comes from, our whale, the shark, Titus balls, calling station. We haven't used that one yet. The ATM, and then the professional. So thought I'd have a little fun with the tags. But yeah, that's the legend. So anyway, let's go back to the action here. Queen Jack. So Anthony rivering a straight, betting a little bit over the pot. Not much Chris is going to be able to do here with a 7. And he takes it down. So we got Ace King for Anthony.
Oh, Ace King versus King 7. What did I walk in on?
Let's see. Not much. It was Anthony had the nuts on the last board. Not much Chris could do with 4th pair. All right, I got a guessing game for you, Aaron. If I hold this up to the camera, can you guess which movie that is from?
Looks like Rounders.
Who is that?
Lots of action.
That would be our friend Worm.
One of my favorite scenes from the movie, actually.
I got the nuts here by Anthony. Sorry, not much is going to happen. Chris doesn't have enough, but sorry, go ahead.
One of my favorite scenes from the movie. You know, that look, that phrase, lot of action. Sarcastic.
There's an eye roll, like just head sliding, tilted down, like just disappointed. Why didn't you play the fucking kings I dealt you? Because I chose to play the 7s with the ace. Speaking of an ace, Chris has one. I like a lead here by Anthony. I can go with like $6 or full-size pot. A little bit of a bluff.
Shutting down on the turn. Ooh.
unfortunately,
both players with a pair. Anthony now with the overbet and Chris with a quick call. Unlucky Anthony.
Keeps running into
that. Keeps running into it.
The third or the fourth time. It's unfortunate. I'd like to see one or two of those get through because it's definitely a big confidence booster too. That helps because if you're making plays and they're working, you're more likely to keep making those plays and going for it. If they're not working and then a spot comes up where you should, you get a little gun shy because they haven't been working. It's just
hard, you get maybe a little timid.
We see a 3-bet with the old 10-jack offsuit here. 5x open, 2.5x 3-bet.
Anthony going for a smaller continuation bet.
We see some comments in the chat here by Mr. Emery. You want to take that one, Aaron? Spilt on my beard. But yeah, hopefully this stream works out. Like, it's our first time kind of shaking off the cobwebs, getting all this ironed out. And if it's a success, if the guys like it, I mean, it's simple enough to do. And once you know how to do it, maybe we could do it more often, more fun, different formats. So, different co-hosts. It could be just as easy me and Aaron battling heads up. we got Mr. Emery and Mr. Toothpick as the co-hosts and the announcers. So, we can mix it up.
That'd be a real sorted crew. A panel.
Oh, we see some chat developing. And a limp. I feel like the limp was part because he was like, I got to hit spacebar and then a T. Oh, just limp. Continue my sentence.
Chris saying, just be yourself, Anthony. No one else wants to be you. Fierce commentary between the players here.
I could, as the announcer and the host of the Thunderdome, the name of this, I could do an announcement. Is there anything, does the chat have any suggestions, or does Aaron has a suggestion? We are now 90 minutes into the match. Is there anything that we'd like to shout out to the players? Like, thanks for the performance, guys. We're all...
Yeah, I think, telling them they're doing a great job.
All right, I'm going to do an announcement.
We're seeing some good hands being played.
Yeah, I'm going to give them some positive feedback because they are playing their hearts out here as they're not watching the stream and cheating, as it was so suggested that it could happen. So we're going to let them know that we are all highly entertained and rooting them on here. So I'm going to figure out how to do an announcement. Add something. How do I interrupt their play? Hello, players.
6-3 of clubs versus the 3-5. Open-ender versus middle pair. Looks like Chris is going to keep betting his open-ender here. Can Anthony keep defending his middle pair? Anthony asking Chris, have you even made a bluff yet? I think Chris has been running so well that he actually hasn't have to.
This is probably a timely little chime in here to give them some feedback that we're all here with you guys. Hello, players. Thank you.
Oh, and Chris just gets there. What a luck sack. Where's the luck sack graphic?
Yeah, I missed out on
draw you couldn't hit.
How did I miss out on a luck sack? Here, I'm going to turn on the Sunrunner. Here, we'll just leave the Sunrunner on for a while here.
Chris needs a Sunrunner tag. Anthony just knows. Look, he's saying again. He just knows that he just got outdrawn on. And he makes the good fold. Good fold, Anthony. Ace-8 versus the 7-4 suited. Chris getting in there with that 5x open. Flopping himself a flush draw.
There it go. Seriously? You got one line of my whole thing? I'm long-winded, people.
Thank you for playing hard on the ... The what?
I had 5 lines of text written. Hello,
True Trevor Bastard. There's
hello,
2 paragraphs
of... My heart sentiment, thank you for battling hard on the virtual felt. We, the commentators and viewers, are highly entertained. Good luck, blah, 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 blah. Well, turns out they got like, hi.
King 10 versus 7-10.
Tell you what.
Anthony flopping the best of it. Surely Chris will find a way to get there by the river. Chris now with a flush draw. Can Anthony keep betting his 7? Does he think, Chris can have some draw here like a 5-6? Of course 5-6 gets there. Not that Chris has it in this instance.
I'm texting them on the back channels to let them know, good job, boys. Lots of engagement. We're enjoying it. So
Chris now giving up, and Anthony's could actually, looks like, be betting pretty large with just a 7.
I'm rejoining.
A lot of hands missed.
There we go.
Anthony coercing. He asked Chris, has Chris made a bluff? And it looks like Chris might be actually thinking about bluffing here. And he does. 128. Anthony's sitting here with a 7. He's just going to be puking. And Anthony goes all in.
We have the hand in the man. Where's my all-in button?
Turning the 7 into a bluff. Unbelievable.
Well done. Well done. Now we have any shows.
He shows it. Oh, now that was a good hand. That was wild.
All in. Well done. Anthony gets a shark tag again. Boom, right there. And we've got a comment in chat. FYI, not everyone's comments are showing, says Anders. Well, this stream is for viewers over 18 years of age, so could be that.
Wow, that was crazy.
Yeah, I feel like I should not be typing, and that was the hand of the match right there. It deserves far more accolades really and energy.
Oh, I
should have stood up because that was what were the hands? 7-10
and 10 versus 7, 10-7. I think it was 7-9 something.
But Chris or Anthony just ships. He doesn't know that is great bluff.
Yeah.
I've got such a mess on this pad of paper in chicken scratch. It's beautiful. All right, back to the action. We got Ace Jack versus Ace 3. Carl helping out with the chat, saying people can choose their comments to be private. Again, sorry guys, I am not a YouTube aficionado. I have streamed a fair bit to Twitch, but Twitch is like flip one switch, go. YouTube has about 92 million settings. I spent the better part of this morning trying to figure those settings out. We are up and running. That's about as far as I go. So if anyone can help in the chat, I'm not too sure why certain messages are coming through and certain aren't. I do not know. I did have the settings for when you get a broadcast up and running. Is it above 18 or children friendly? I just went not for children. We're kind of gambling here. That's the only setting I checked. Does that have something to do with it? Not too sure. Pocket 8s here. And Jack 7. Chris hitting Jack on the flop. It's one of those boards. Any leads? I don't know if I like a lead here with a weak Jack. But it is in the lead.
He just knows Chris has pocket 8s.
Hey, when you own souls, you own souls, baby. That's all there is. Yeah. Fuck that guy in his 8s.
hates calling again.
You got to wonder, though. I don't blame Anthony for calling. You're like, what leads twice?
I really don't.
And I don't hate the call. You're just running
Especially
into
against the lead, right? You know, he leads flop, barrel. Like, really? Do we really ever expect him to just do that?
You have to wonder if that nice hand is a little bit of a troll. Like, he doesn't truly mean that. It's kind of like a fuck you, nice hand. Almost has the same ring to it. You know? What leads on that board? The 7-10, the gutters, the misdraws, like the bet. You're not expecting a jack or top pair to do that.
Especially on that run out. I mean, yeah, it's...
I don't fault Anthony for calling down. I'd probably do the same thing in his shoes. So
Chris just has the magic touch. Anthony, let's see if he can hit his open ender. 10 high is good.
In general, when you're playing heads up, you try and show down. If you got nothing, show down your ace highs and king highs. Bluff all your 6 highs and 7 highs. Mix your queen jack highs. Most of the time, bluff them because they're just not good. So if you see players checking down, hopefully, yeah, ace high and king high, a lot of times they have enough showdown. When you're looking at the 6, 7,
just getting there again against Anthony with the pocket eights.
Eights again.
10 this time.
Seems to be a theme. Anthony with a strong holding and then just getting out flopped. A lot of pocket pairs for Anthony. Is there any river that's favorable? That's not going to be one. Unfortunately, I think
Chris now with 3 pairs. Again, how do you fold here as Anthony?
So much misses. Queen jack misses. 7-8 misses. 6-7
spades miss.
Ace 4 spades. King 4 spades. It's just he's just running into it. It's just really tough. But the thing is, he's making the correct call. It's not easy to do when you're running that.
If that 10-7 hand is anything, you know, he's not lacking. He's not timid. He's willing to go and just go with it.
And those call downs, you kind of, if you get a few of them go the wrong way, you start questioning yourself. Like, am I just spewing? I'm like, no, those were legit call downs.
Yeah.
So it's just
Anthony's
unfortunate.
saying, did some call downs thinking you may have started bluffing.
Yeah. So yeah, each player chatting, but not knowing what, hopefully the both opponents have some fun. Both players, Chris and Anthony, rewatch this stream. It will be saved to the YouTube channel after. So they can crack a beer, relax and unwind and have some laughs and kind of rewatch everything and see the whole cards. So hopefully they can go, oh, wow, okay, I wasn't wrong. A little relief. Like, you always want to know if you made the right decisions.
Seeing the whole cards really is cool,
Yeah. Like, it makes our job so much easier.
Oh, yeah.
So I think
we don't just have to speculate and then be completely wrong.
Totally wrong. We're going off of what we think, and we kind of played with each player a little bit. I think it's a 6-7. Can't.
The 10-7 hand, Anthony clearly has the nut flush.
Dead wrong. They show. Okay. Next announcer in the box, because I have no idea what I'm doing here. Yeah. Randy in the chat saying, doing a good job. Chris, shout out to Randy. Thanks for tuning in.
6 suited versus deuce 7.
Do you know what I learned, actually, Aaron, from watching? I don't know if you've watched. I've watched probably 8 or 9 of the Doug Polk versus Daniel Negreanu high stakes feud. Some of the fun things they do to engage the chat are surveys. So if the chat thinks X, put 1 or a 2. Also, let's start with a fun one. Where is everyone watching from? As we were leading up to this event, we heard that some people might be watching from a couple provinces away. Some people might be watching from the Bahamas. I think Chris says he's got family kind of here and there. We were sharing the links. So if you're watching from afar,
international, this
anywhere.
Heads Up match is. Has it transcended country borders?
So shout out to chat. Anthony again with a pocket pair, but let's let us know where you're from in chat. Just where are you watching from?
Queen 8 with the backdoor flush draw. Can't love that board with pocket 4s.
Yeah.
And Anthony just go throw it away.
It's a good bet. I just stopped myself. Just didn't feel like finishing my sentence, apparently.
Queen deuce versus jack 9.
Hitting the deuce.
Chris getting the deuce.
In general,
good turns for jack 9. He has the diamond.
Gutter.
Now he has a gutter. Still has a jack.
I'd like to see Chris check back. In general, you want to check back bottom pair. It's kind of like the heart and soul of your call down range. And you're not happy when you get calls.
King of hearts, all the flush draws missed.
Here's a good lead by Anthony. If you lead 22, puts a lot of pressure on a deuce, right?
Yeah.
We have our first reply from David in the chat saying Mountains of Nicaragua. I don't know if you're trolling me, but if you really are watching from Nicaragua, how's the internet reception, man? I hope it's good. Seriously, that's cool. Randy saying from St. Thomas, Ontario. Shout out to Randy. Thanks for tuning in.
Jaiwan Emra saying Uzbekistan.
Do you know Borat? Jaiwan?
Very nice.
High five.
The stream works. Great success.
I like. So we got the ace of clubs here. I think I peel. It's not a fun peel, but I think you got to do it with the ace of clubs, backdoor straight draw.
Yeah, it's another one of those situations, even if you don't hit your flush, just having that club blocker maybe be powerful. Now he has a gutter.
Quick bet. I mean, king five. I mean, it's a weak king. It can go either way. You can play as a check. It can play as a bet. Very tough with Anthony. I hope he calls because this is where they're deep enough. If a club clums, he can bluff now. He can bluff with that nut flush.
This is where that blocker is going to come potentially into play. And you're going to see him do it, with a bet of 86. The question is that enough to make Chris fold top pair?
A snap call.
And it's not. And he just runs into it every time. He's doing the right stuff.
Anthony, you got to feel for the kid. I mean, he's doing everything right. He's just not getting any breaks. Like if one or two of those get through,
pick up aces. Yeah, it's just relentless.
If one or two of those get through, we'd have a different match here. It's just it's quite frustrating. Sometimes that's how it goes. You just got to keep plugging away. Let's take a look at the chat. Dane Cramp says Collingwood, Ontario. I've been to Collingwood once or twice. I lived in Toronto for about 7 years. So I know Collingwood well, the ski mountain up there. Joanne Emery says, I like. All right, we got a board that hits both players. We got 7, 6, and 8 king.
Chris, of course, holding the 8.
Just run better. It's so much easier just to hit boards.
Just smash a 5, Anthony, Chris raising.
I don't know how much I love the raise. It's an easy call. You're already losing against the 5-6, the 7-4, the 7-8, the ace-8. But, you still have top pair with a decent kicker. I don't fault him either.
It's a good call.
Chris has a very key card. The 6.
Doesn't really change a lot.
Yeah. Oh, and Chris just continues to have easy decisions throughout this match here.
And of course, both flush draws have to miss entirely, to possibly
like what if it was the king of diamonds, right? Here. Yeah, like make it the king of diamonds, so at least there's some sort of
Yeah, with a good laydown. Good laydown, Anthony.
It's frustrating. I don't blame Anthony. I'm going to do a quick check-in here. I'm going to switch scenes here. Go to the leaderboard. So if we take a look, we've got Chris up $535 right now. So he is kind of running away with this match. It isn't over. Like I said, Anthony is making very, very good plays. It's just a matter of time until some of those plays work out and he starts chiseling away at that deficit. So, all right.
We could be in for a pretty long match. We see Chris. They can both get pretty deep. They're both playing well. Anthony now flopping trips, finally on the other end of it. But
yeah, it's one of those things that when Anthony has the goods, Chris just doesn't have enough to continue for the bigger pots. Chris chirping though, you might want to reload. You're not good at short stack poker. They're still taking jabs at each other. How do you know how far back this rivalry / friendship goes, Aaron? I'm guessing they're childhood friends. I'm not
sure. I think it has to go for years and years and years and years.
5 a good card to get action.
If not over 10 years. That's my speculation. I don't know.
I've only met both of them within the last 2 years, kind of thing. Within the new circles of poker merging and hosting and whatnot. Love them both. Lots of fun in all of our home games, but yeah, like I said, for this match to emerge, the rivalry runs deeper than what I know of them. So I thought I'd check with you.
And Anthony might be getting paid off here. The real gin turn, aside from a jack.
Hearts miss. If you had a naked 6, there's no deuce, there's no 7, so that misses. Chris having a 5.
And Chris sussed this out.
Blocks 4-5. Not that 4-5 matters against pocket 7s. Plus,
so Chris actually adding a time bank. He's really in the tank here, thinking about it.
Did he get his time bank back? We used up he makes the call. Chris makes
That's
the big
a nice
call.
one, to go your way for Anthony.
Anthony needs 1 or 2 more of those just to kind of get back to neutral, regain that confidence, and fire some more. We see some high fives going on in the chat. You know what, Aaron? Let's both high five the chat as well. I'm going to type in high five / I like with a lot of ease. I feel like you should take part in the chat excitement of the Borat reference. You just can't fold a pair, huh? Yeah, because I normally have 2 pair plus. What? Duh. All right, we got deuce 5 versus the 9 and the 6.
I like the 6-9. And Anthony with the turn.
I'm going to take the Sunrunner logo off. That was a very long stint for the Sunrunner logo.
Chris actually dead on the turn. Cannot win.
Hasn't stopped him before in this monstrous $4 pot.
I see the size of the pot.
We see an overbet to 5.
Infinitely less interesting.
See, these are some playable hands. There's the 5x open.
Oh, Anthony has trips. Oh, this is interesting. We have a gutter backdoor flush draw versus trips.
For a guy that's flopped this many trips and quads, it's hard to fathom that he's behind in this match.
Yeah.
It really is.
He's just zigging when he should be zagging.
That's hey. That's how she
5
goes.
would be it.
That's a good card. I hope. I was gonna say I hope you find the 1/3, but these guys are both finding big sizes, and that's sort of the norm here. So I can see another decent size 60-70% bet, and Chris still finding a call with that 6. A lot of draws miss. Clubs miss. 19. Well,
yeah, I think this is another scenario. It's likely that Anthony can just get paid off again.
Yeah. I was going to say 4-5 misses, but Chris has a 4. A little less likely the 4-5's out there. What size does Anthony choose? Sneaky.
Don't mind that.
Sneaky.
That's actually good sizing to get called by Chris.
You're targeting an 8 and you're targeting a 6. Very, very nice size. Very, very well executed value bet.
Anthony chipping back up. It's 7-8 versus 4-6.
Chris getting a little choked up. He's surprised that he didn't win the pot, as all are we. All right, what do we got? 4, 6, 7, 8. All right, we need to do some sort of survey where the answer is 1 or 2 for the chat, for engagement, but I don't know what the question is yet. It's like Jeopardy. I'll give you the answer. You tell me the question.
Forget what Anthony has here, but it probably is good against 4-6. 7-8. 7 or 8 kicker out.
High showdown.
Ooh, pocket 4s versus 7-4.
We saw a match like this where Anthony had the 3s and Chris had 7-4 and a 3-4-7.
Oh boy. Big hand. Pair and a flush draw for Anthony, but not a whole lot for Chris. Does Anthony get a raise?
You don't blame him. You don't know the strength of your opponent's hand. You got to imagine it's a little bit stronger than what Chris has, so I don't fault him for going for the raise there. I would as well.
The King 5.
Oh yeah, baby. For those in chat not privy to our home game shenanigans, I'm a big fan of King 5 for whatever reason. I've been playing it very aggressively
your
for the
favorite
last
hand.
2 years. Suited more than non-suited, but, you know, it still doesn't stop you. It's always good to have a king, always good to have a 5. Fun hand to put chips in the pot with. I once made a video about it, and I lost to my co-host here for a substantial sum. Some people flop the nuts, others not.
Wasn't that against me?
Yeah. That's why I said against my co-host. Hey, wait, that was me. Shit, yeah. I've had king 5 of spades with 2 spades. I flopped the nuts, and he had a king and 2 spades. Yeah. With ace queen, fucker. All right. We're on bathroom break number 2.
Looks like Anthony with top pair. And Chris with some banter. Anthony will take it down. Pocket deuce is another pocket pair for Anthony. Jack 9 for Chris. Whole lot of nothing for both players. Both appearing actually to opt to chat back and forth. Gutter now for Chris. See if Anthony can find the call down with pocket deuces. Looks like he does call. We'll see if Chris bets river. Oh, and Chris just gets there. Of course, right? Did we think it was going any other way?
Ooh, what did I miss? Pocket deuces?
Anthony naturally finding a call on the turn, and Chris, of course, just getting there. And interesting bet now from Anthony.
It's one of those bets where, would you do it with an ace or queen? He still finds the call. It's like, yeah.
Boy, that one hurts. You know,
how
that's
many
just
kings? I would tank bet small with a, because you want to be able to bet kings and 2 pairs. Ugh. Chris continuing to find the cards. All right,
King 6 suited now for Chris.
Golly geez, he says.
Again for Chris.
I'm giving them both a shark. A couple of sharks battling it out on the green felt.
Dane Cramp saying in chat, Chris's favorite meal, Joubs. Making a play on Anthony's last name.
Are those like the Christmas candies? The Joubs?
The Joubs. Pocket 8's no action, it looks like.
All right, so we've been live for a little over 2 hours here. Hopefully everyone's feeling fine. Having
Pocket
some refreshments.
deuces versus the ace 5 off.
Classic race. Nothing versus nothing. Who wants it more? There's $10 up for grabs here. Aggression is often rewarded.
What do we think the odds are that Chris hits a pair? Now he's open-ended.
It's going to be hard. This is where you turn your 2s into a bluff. Check Rizzle.
Hard to hold on with deuces. Anthony might be finding a $6 turn call again. It looks like he does.
Like what?
Is Chris going to get there again? No. He does not get there. Probably loading up a bet on the river.
You got to wonder. Anthony's got to be curious too. Like what? The
king is
fuck
dubious too. You know what is a king really?
Like if you had a 10, do you just check? You got to be worried. If you're betting a 10, you got to be a little bit worried about a flush or a king. Like you got to be just scratching your head. Like what is this guy doing?
Looks like Anthony's going to actually turn his deuces potentially into a bluff.
I hope it's a 4.
And he is.
Well done, sir. I was going to say, make a sizable 4-5. This should get, if Chris finds a call, oh my goodness, we are playing some poker.
This will be outrageous.
Like, what?
Chris finds a raise, rather, yeah. Can Chris possibly call with ace high?
I beat the 5-9.
Oh, and he laid it down. Good job, Anthony.
Like, that is not an easy bet to make. We're all looking at the cards going, raise! It's not easy when you're in the hot seat. Good job, Anthony.
Chris now opening to 10 with king queen. No action.
Just a couple of sharks playing a little heads up.
Anthony just folding the 6-9.
Yeah, on the button, if you keep your sizing consistent, you want to be playing close to 80% of your hands plus. I mean, the only small fraction of hands are those two, like 10-2, 3-2, 6-2. There's very few hands you want to fold if and Anthony's sizing's consistent, so you should be opening quite a few hands, 80% plus.
Looks like 9-5 suited versus king 8.
See a 3-bet, a min 3-bet. Classic race, the king 8 versus the 9-5. It's not a classic race.
King 10 versus ace 7.
5x open again.
And a call. Jack 5 deuce. Both players missing. Anthony now asking over under 1,000 hands. For the sake of the commentators, I hope it's under.
I'm like, and the buy-ins are now uncapped, boys. Got shit to do.
Anthony currently down just $400. As a reminder, $1,000 is the total allowed buy-ins in the match. So less than halfway.
I did ask the players before the match. I said, how would you like the buy-ins to work? Right now, and this is the format that's been agreed upon, is 200 is the max. So you can always have 200, which is what they're doing. Top up, you lose 40, top up 40. You lose 60, top up 60. I asked if it wanted to be uncapped to the 1,000. We start at 200, but if one guy loses 1 or 2 buy-ins, the opponent has the choice to go, well, I have 1,000 total. Maybe I take 500 in one shot right now. Changes the dynamic a little bit, changes the strategy. You're deep stacked like instantly. But both players agreed, no, let's just keep it at the 200 cap, which tends to favor if you're running hot and up. It really punishes the guy that's stuck with 200 chips. But just a different format, different strategies all the way around. But it is 200 max no matter what for the rebuys here. Up to the 1,000 once we hit that mark. So it'll be interesting if one player has 1,873 chips and the poor guy at the bottom has like 46 or whatever it is. I'm not good at math, but it's going to just be shove or fold, and it should be exciting. Hopefully it is not a full pendulum swing in the other direction and we're here for another 4 hours. But you never know. That's the beauty of heads up. Ace 9 versus Jack 8 here.
King 3-6, big whiff for both players. Don't mind this board if you're Chris. You know, it's a pretty easy continue, I think, but he just checks it back.
You're ahead a lot of the time. You're not too worried, and if your opponent has a 6 or a 3, you've got 2 overs, you can just apply a ton of pressure anyway.
You know, a bet like that, Anthony might fold Jack 8 on the flop, but now he actually improves to a pair on the turn. Now he's ahead.
This is one of those boards where if I'm Anthony with the 8, I like to check, evaluate the river, and if it's a safe river, I probably go for a third of the pot. Bet, I want to value bet, thin value that 8, or 2 pair in this case. Max value. No more thin.
Anthony just getting there with the 8 and the Jack for good measure.
It's unfortunate, though. This is one of those
Hard
spots.
for Chris to call.
Yeah, you want Chris with ace 8 instead or something, but it's just
yeah,
not the case. Did we come up with a survey question? Should come up with a survey question here.
And he overbets, and Chris probably going to just find a fold.
I don't hate the overbet. What if What if he had like a king 4? What do you do? Right. Got an incoming text here. Just a small suggestion from the gentleman known as Toothpick. Let's double the stakes, get some chips moving. Gambler's gonna gamble.
Certainly could be a question for the players. Once we start to get, we're almost at 200 hands. Do we want to make it 2-4?
I can. Where are we at here? Let's look at. Let's do a status here. We're at 10:05. We are 2 hours in. The players may or may not want to break.
180 hands. So we're doing 90 hands an hour.
I will check in with the players, see if they want a quick break, see where they're at, how they're feeling, and if they want to make any adjustments. Like I said, it's up to Chris, it's up to Anthony. This is their format. I think they were kind of set on like grinded out these stakes. It looks like they're adjusting bet sizes accordingly as stacks get deeper. But if in the interest of wrapping things up, but it's up to them, I'll see what they say. So I'm gonna text how we feeling at the 2 hour mark.
Maybe wait till the 200 hand mark and then we can check in.
All right. I'll just get my text queued up.
A little bit about the players, actually. So in their live tournament earnings, Anthony with $8,311 in live tournament earnings, putting him at the 6,092nd all-time money list in Canada. $10-6 versus King 5. That 6 is ahead. Chris just lays it down. Chris with $8,647 of total live earnings, putting him at 5,947th in the Canada all-time money list. So very close in terms of tournament winnings for both players.
All right, I fired off the text. I know we said wait till 200. I fired
Looks
off
like
anyway.
A bet with the ace-7 suited, Chris holding king deuce.
You gotta like the suited aces. Always good for a 3-bet. Predominantly, you like to see the ace-5, ace-4, ace-3, ace-2, just because it makes straights a little bit more frequently than the ace-6, ace-7, but still a good 3-bet. Strong hand to open with. He hits the ace.
Oh, we have an action flop here. We have an ace versus the second nut flush draw. So we in a 3-bet pot. So there could be some chips put in here. We'll wait and see.
Got a quick reply back from Anthony in our back channels here. Anthony says he is good. He's a machine. He's looking to play more hands here. So we see a 1/3 pot size bet from Anthony. I like the sizing. Can't go wrong there. Did you see the second message in our group chat there, Aaron?
I did.
Turns out Chris is good as well. We'll leave it at that.
Looks like Anthony going to be sizing up here. $70 into 82. Putting hands like a flush draw in, a pretty dubious position.
I like the sizing. You're always a little bit worried when the board pairs because your opponent called with something. Was it second pair, third pair? So you're kind of worried about a 5. More so a 10 than a 5 in this case. Can't go wrong. Big sizing. Chris with that big flush draw, like if the turn was a 4, he even has more outs.
Chris calling. We have now a $222 pot. Chris whiffing the flush draw.
Yeah. So there's...
you got to be a little nervous as Anthony, and rightly so. He checks. And this is a pretty interesting spot for Chris.
I love the check. I mean, you bet with your nuts in your air, your ace. You still lose to like ace jack. It's still kind of hard to have, but it gives. The more importantly, it gives every opportunity for a hand like Chris's to bluff. You want to give those hands a chance to bluff. You're still kind of like not snap calling, but you're always calling. But it's like if you just jammed here, all the bluffs fold, all the premium hands call. So this gives a chance for those hands to just, and that's
what we see. We see $146 out of Chris. This is probably one of the biggest pots of the night here. Anthony, it is a 3-bet pot. Does Chris have just a hand like an ace jack?
And he makes the call. Good call,
But
Anthony.
he makes the good call, and he's rewarded.
Big momentum switch. Like, I mean, you're not too worried about a 5. You're worried about some ace jacks, ace 9, 2 pairs, but like...
That was a 250 big blind pot. You love to see it go your way.
That was a $143 check. Like, you bet, you just... The hand's done. That check made you X amount more money. Fantastic check by Anthony there.
We see him flopping bottom pair with the ace 3. Two pair now.
So we have a match here. Both players still, relatively deep stack. I mean, the 300, but a big, huge switch. We're now only Chris up plus 114. So a big momentum switch here. We'll see what happens. Maybe Anthony gets a little more loosey-goosey, keeps his foot on the gas. Maybe Chris is a little shell-shocked, which probably isn't the case, but... You never know. I mean, you lose
Chris,
a couple big ones.
You're still ahead. You're up $78.
This is the case, right? The stack sizes are not indicative.
It's nice to have all those buy-ins behind if things go awry. You're sitting pretty comfortably.
It's nice to see, though, that it kind of went pendulum one way, and we're starting to see that shift back. It's not the full way back, I don't find, but it's like it wasn't just one motion to the left and match done, right? So it's nice to see some back and forth here.
8-7 suited for Anthony against King 6.
On boards like this, if it's me, I'm going, you never have aces, you never have queens, you never have ace queen. I'm going to bet 80% pot with 6 high. That's me, though. I did that. We played for almost 4 hours one night. 3. I recorded it. And I was doing that tons. It's like, ranged advantage, mash. And Aaron's like, fuck that guy. Call.
I'm like, he probably thinks he has a range advantage here.
I do, but I don't have it. Fucker. But that's one of those boards where I'd like to see a big size bet the starting point of your breakdown is single race pot or 3-bet pot. Those are the 2 categories. If you're going to start heads up, that's your starting point. Did he 3-bet? If the answer is no, you go, he doesn't have these 5 hands right out of the gates. And if you're flat calling those hands, it's not the greatest because good players should be building pots. It's hard to get those premium hands. You want to build big pots when you have them. And when you don't 3-bet...
You ever just mix in, flat calling aces just so you can not have that logic anymore?
Yeah. And take down those $17 pots like a champ.
It's not good to win those.
I'd rather lose...
just build it when you have it.
I'd rather lose the 250 big blind pot than win the 17 by flatting.
It's probably a fair way to look at it. Backdoor nut flush draw for Anthony.
Back to the action.
But Chris has nada.
All right, so I checked in with the players, and it looks like they just want to battle on. So, all right.
6-7 versus 5-9. Folds. Ace-5 versus Deuce-4.
Between the 4, they need
3-4 would be interesting. But we won't know. Still 27 viewers. Pretty strong viewership heading into hour number 2. Hour number 3, actually.
Yeah, we are powering through. How was your Christmas, Aaron?
It was good.
Yeah.
The whole Christmas and birthday.
You got
obviously a little different this year.
You got the double whammy, huh?
King 7 versus 9-7.
Yeah, we did a Zoom meeting yesterday. The old family Zoom.
Nice.
Connecting. It's always fun.
Yeah.
Half the family's technically savvy. The other half is like, where do I live?
Yeah, just trying to figure out how it works. Anthony on the right side of it for once. Getting those trips on the turn. $60 pot. Fairly clean river. Is Chris going to go for some value?
Does the check. You can't fault him for it. Anthony, what size do you choose is the question. How much will my
seen him
opponent
use
take?
those over bets. I mean, this is no different. Chris,
You know
I think
what?
this just has to call.
Good for him, though. You know what? If you're going to pick a strategy, stick to it. Whether it's a good play or a bad play is not the question here. The fact is Anthony has stuck to the same thing in all the spots. Don't change now, and he got paid off for it. So well done.
And now he's actually leading the match for the first time.
I feel like I've been very Anthony favorite, but it's hard not to root for the underdog. So now I'm just going to cheer for Chris for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Anthony got in the teeth a little bit at the start of the match, but as we can see based on the the stack sizes here, and that's all Anthony's money in his stack. He has 50 Chris dollars.
Sorry, I just heard the comment ATM, so I feel like that's my cue to turn it on. So I just put an ATM in front of Chris. Not to fault either player. Yes, we've been making comments about Anthony. It's just one of those things. We as commentators, we're not rooting for one player or the other. It's just we see what we see. When you see like, oh my God, spot after spot, it's hard not to root for the underdog. So I'm sure the tides will change and we'll start rooting for Chris as well. But it's just one of those things.
I actually have tons of money on Chris, but
okay, anyway, hey, minor detail.
Las Vegas absolutely buzzing at the opportunity of this match.
David in the chat following up with a comment saying, I believe Chris is okay. I'm sure he's wearing a diaper. Oh, and we see some chirping. Not going to top up. What's up there? Huh? Maybe it's a strategy.
Top up.
Here's the weird part. We never discussed that. It was not mandatory to top up to 200. We assume that's the play. Why not? Why would you not want 100 big blinds? Why not dwindle down to 70 chips and just play some shove full poker? I don't know. I have no idea what they're doing. But
you can have different strategies. Maybe you think, have a better chance of just being able to get it in, win double up. I don't have to take some of those, rebuy chips.
It minimizes your decisions. They're simplified. You're like, jam, fold.
Back to that whole, big stack versus short stack. Now, once you get shorter, you're all in a lot more on these flops. 3-bet pots now become huge relative to the size of your stack.
Weird spot for Anthony. You're still in the lead. Chris
open-ended with a
Chris is not going to check this flop. There's no amount of checks in his range. It's always a bet. 100% bet with that particular hand. And he makes the correct call. Unfortunately, Chris gets there. Not unfortunately. Sorry, I said I was going to switch back to camp. Fuck that guy.
Yay. But Chris double overbet the river.
You can't.
I mean, man, this is crazy though. It's like, what? Would you do this with a queen?
I know, right?
This is so weird, right?
What are you targeting? Queen 8? Like it's really tough. But kudos to both players. I mean, Chris bet twice with nothing, got there. Yeah. Anthony called twice and then folded when he was behind.
I think Chris, he's probably targeting something like a queen there. Like he thinks Anthony probably is way better than what he actually has.
Yeah.
If he has ace high, he's probably not betting that much.
Yeah. Chris is like gin. Meanwhile, it's
Chris saying no ace high hero call.
Wow. Maybe he's dialed in.
He really is sussed out what Anthony had there.
No ace of diamonds, jack of hearts hero? Calls out his exact hand. That's really strange. Not many players do that. Anders in the chat saying don't call it a comeback, smiley face.
Ace 10 versus ace 6. Probably seeing a 3-bet with the ace 10 suited to that $15 sizing. Can't help but think Anthony's going to call here.
Yeah, you kind of have to continue with that ace 6 out flopping.
Anthony getting the best of it with a 6. Chris, a lot of options. Backdoor flush draw. You have that live 10.
You are the aggressor. You're still repping all the big pairs.
Yeah. And into that size of 19, Anthony not loving the 6.
You you gotta like
Chris
the turn
now
card.
turning heaps of equity. We might just see. Can we see just a double pot all in?
This is a goofy spot because it's like, what did your opponent call within the flop? But you can call easily with impunity. But if you bet and get raised, you're like, fuck.
Yeah.
Right? So I like the check a lot. And unfortunately,
it's on board now. Anthony with a boat.
Yeah, he's. It's just,
Chris
do you ever
betting
raise
22.
here? Does Chris ever have 10s plus 9s? Like, it's just a call all day, right? If it's a raise, it's a really unorthodox line. But hey, we're here to see unorthodox plays, right? So
pretty sick, actually, if Chris rips it in. But he just folds.
Yeah.
$111 for Chris. We'll see if he adds on.
What a big swing. We have, that's what heads up.
Deuces versus King 7.
Heads up no limit is one of the highest variance games. I mean, 5-6 buy-in swings in any given match, pretty standard. Not so much in full ring. So have you been playing any online poker under the alias of Almond Butter these days, Aaron?
I've not.
You have
no,
not.
I haven't touched the Play Now streets.
The old Play Now streets. I have
What
been
about you?
quite active. I had 2 texts today. Do you know what I started doing? I started miss. I love Heads Up. I started missing action on Play Now because I've been on holidays for 20 days and doing the stream and everything else. I said, you know what? I'm gonna take a bold step, and I met. So we see Anthony here again with the pocket pair. Not that there's much action on this particular board, just the pocket pairs come in spades apparently. So I said, you know what? Would you be willing to swap numbers? Text me anytime you want. Yep, sure, done, booked. I had 2 offers today alone for some heads up action, and I had to deny action and said, I am busy broadcasting today, folks. I would rather provide entertainment than take a shot at making hard-earned dollars playing heads up. So
usually would we are battling on Sunday night?
Whenever the action presents itself. So, but shout out to Mark in chat. Mark has been battling me a fair bit heads up too. We've had some fun. It's a fun format. You got to get in there. You got to battle.
Pocket 4s now for Chris. Ace 9 for Anthony.
Flopping an
Anthony
ace.
flopping the best of it.
Shout out to Kirkland. He also battled me. Shout out to Andrew K. Also battling. Shout out to Aaron, who battled me last Thursday. Kicked my ass. Another monotone board. We saw a plethora. That's the word I'm choosing in the early rounds.
Too bad the pot size is 4. The third pot sizing here of $2.
You know what? When I raise, if I'm on the button and I raise 2.5x, whatever the stakes are, bet 1 big blind. It's a great bet. Whether you have it, just bet 1 big blind on the turn. Bet 2 big blinds. It's just a fantastic bet.
If I'm facing a 1 big blind bet, I just never fold anything.
That's the whole point.
Yeah,
and if you don't raise me,
or just like a call.
Yeah, bet 1 big blind. Bet 2 big blinds.
Yeah, just have to call anything.
Yeah. All right.
Jack 4 versus 5-9. It's been a while since premium hands. Not a lot of ace, king, kings, aces, queens in a little bit here.
Okay, I'm going to put them both pro status. I feel like that's the fun tags. All right, both pros. 100% pro. Coming up.
Anthony pointing out that Chris is still refusing to top up.
Interesting strategy to take, though. You would think you want to be... If I get a premium hand, I want to double up to the fullest. So it would suck to get aces and only, Yeah,
you want to always be able to, to be able to win as much money as you can with these premium cards. Not having more ammo, I mean.
Or is it? This is Chris. He could just be like, I'm gonna tilt this, suck a dick. There you go. Maybe I'm gonna be tilty. I'm gonna fuck this guy around and messes with his head. I don't know. It's crazy.
King Jack suited now for Chris, opening up to $10. Shout out to $50 George from Anthony. We get $50 George in the chat.
Interesting board. One of those low paired boards. You're either way ahead or way behind.
Can't hate to see that here from Chris.
Hard to
No,
continue.
I'll just take it down.
I think I'm going to put I don't know how to do a poll. I'm not savvy enough.
Ace 7 of hearts versus King 8.
Another dry, low-paired board. King of spades, somewhat relevant.
Chris opting to check his ace high.
Here's one of those weird boards. Do you bet a third here and just go value
I'd probably
draws?
always bet. I just want to, I want to deny equity from a hand like King 8.
Charge 7-9, charge 4-5.
It's like
you have ace high, but it's like, I think a third of the bet charges the 4-5, the 7-9, the 7-8.
Yeah, there's all these just weird hands that can just make a pair.
It's like, it's a weird spot, and you need to be able to go, hey, I'm value betting ace high on the turn. Yeah.
That's the thing in heads up. There's 3 cards out there. 2 of them, there's already a pair on board. What's the likelihood your opponent has any touch?
Yeah, and that's why the size is so crucial. Like pot. Well, you get snap called by stronger and everything else folds. Third, that 4-5 floats and you just extract that money when they miss, right? So,
yeah, you get money from a hand that really doesn't have any business.
No, they have just enough equity to call and they miss and you go, thank you, ace high is still good.
Or a hand like the King 8 folds, and then doesn't hit a king on the river and you take down a pot.
So we're approaching, what do we got? What does Chris have? 40-something bigs? 40 and 45? I love how you call me tight when you're folding.
45?
45 bigs. At what point does it just shove or fold? 45 seems, I think 30 for sure. There's not much, I don't know. 20 is definitely shove fold, but 45? Is he going to min?
I think that's still enough that, he has playability.
Are you still 3x opening off of this 90 chip stack? I don't know.
Probably. Nut flush draw for Anthony. Jack for Chris. Pair the board on the end.
We have the nut flush blocker, but now it's different because it's a paired board.
Yeah,
I think
it's $65. You're probably not deep enough to do anything.
It
might actually almost be a call for Anthony.
Well, yeah. You could go. I'd rip it, but you're like, it's good. I'd rip it, but you're like, it's probably still gonna call. It's not as effective when
to fold, never.
You need him to have a boatload of chips for it to be effective.
10-9 offsuit for Anthony. 8-6 for Chris.
Comment in the chat by Anders saying, liking my horse having the monster stack. Anders, are you rooting for Mr. Joubert, I presume?
Sounds like it. Oh, Chris now getting some run good.
They call that a 5 out and a lead. Interesting lead. It's not bad. When
basically a pot-sized bet behind.
When the turn card pairs, the out-of-position player should lead.
I think you have to almost call here if you're Anthony. Hey, can you ever find a fold with a 10?
What do you beat? The bluffs are like
random diamonds.
Queen 9 of diamonds. You have the 9 of diamonds. Like how do you find a fold here? Like 5-4 of diamonds. Yeah, I don't blame him. Like
yeah. And just like that, Chris is now over the $200 buy-in.
It'll be funny to see about that rebuy pitch or some
comment
from Chris. Interesting strategy. I don't know if I would have employed it myself because I like how if I'm at 198, I'm like, give me that fucking $2. That's me. I don't know. I just can't help it.
It's interesting because this is a little bit of a grudge match almost, right? And if Chris can pull a victory without having rebought at all to Anthony's 5 rebuys,
that is saying
that would be, let's just say he won't hear the end of it ever.
Did you just see this turn card? Oh shit! I thought it was. Yeah, it is Ace King versus King 4.
Oh
Sorry.
man! Oh, that is. Oh my!
3 outer.
Chris,
3 outer. 5 or a Jack or an Ace.
This is relentless.
2.
Oh, and he's getting raised.
Oh my!
If you're Anthony here, I mean,
He finally wakes up with a premium, hits top pair. Chris with a correct play. This is a great check raise because you target king queen, king 10, ace jack, jack queen, like queen 10 of clubs. Like there's a variety of
club draws. He makes it enough to like that's I like it. I like it a lot. We'll see what the river is.
Brick City.
Brick. Can't help but think that all the money, or at least a lot of the money, goes in.
It would have been interesting to see a 5 of diamonds river, Aaron. I'm not. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to get it. I'm more about the hero calls.
Spot,
Hero call is me. Hero fold is not me. If Anthony can fold this, kudos to him. I
Anthony typing, you haven't bluffed an all-in yet, Fish. He might. Is he going to say that?
Oh my goodness! What a fold! What a fold! We are seeing some crazy hands here, folks. Incredible fold.
100% pro tag. We need 2 of them.
Yeah,
that's a world
they've been up this whole time.
Anthony.
Yeah. Wow. What a laydown. But you got to wonder what it looks beautiful, but you have 1 pair. You lose to every single 2 pair. It's just which 2 pair is it, right? So, wow. Incredible laydown.
Queen 6 versus Queen 10. Up to 29 viewers as we hit the 2.5-hour mark.
All right, I'm going to ask the viewers in chat here, how does the stream look? This is just for feedback on how visually it looks. Is it laggy? Is the
Trevor
HD
for a pat on the back here,
No, I'm curious. Yeah.
Fishing for compliments.
Anyways. But no, is it like from where you're watching? I have no idea how YouTube works. I can broadcast up to 2 or 4K. Told not to do it because most people can't watch it then. So if you can see 360, 720, 1080, if you have a plethora of options, plethora twice tonight. But yeah, if it looks good, things are good. If things need work, holler back. It'd be fun to do this again. Turning.
He's nailing 2 pair.
And it's with the 5-4 that he started with. So there is an ace out there.
Bet and a call.
Board does not double pair.
If you're Chris here, I mean, probably just got to check back.
1 over.
Oh, and Anthony goes for a lead.
I like the lead.
This is so gross with 10s now.
And you have a boatload of bluffs. 6x galore, 7x galore.
Diamonds too. This is this is great.
8-9 leads, 7x bluffs, 6x bluffs, diamonds.
Like against Chris's exact hand, this lead is just so potent.
Beautiful. Sizing seems good. It's not if you're Chris, you gotta be you're in a tough spot.
Yeah. This is one of those where it either is or it isn't. You
didn't hear from an ace earlier. It's not like an ace X of diamonds because he would have heard of a check raise sooner with all that equity. It's a really, really weird. You're worried about 2 pair, which is exactly the hand he's up against. It's just a tough.
You see that 8-9 on the end. That's a pretty valid 2 pair.
Yeah.
Kind of candidate,
6, 7, 8, 9. The 5-4 a little tricky because he didn't let you hear about it sooner, and another great laydown.
A really good fold actually from Chris. Really good fold.
It's not easy. It's a gross run out.
Pocket 4s again for Anthony versus the King Jack, which is going to 3-bet.
A plethora of 4s and 3s and 4-5.
King Jack continuing. Anthony mucks.
We have a comment in chat from, so I gotta lean in, our stem saying the screen is looking mighty good on the 43-inch TV. That's good to hear. Glad it looks good. I mean, it's probably more fun One of my biggest pet peeves, if you watch streams or you go on Twitch and you get some guy who streams 5 tables, 6, no, you don't want to see fucking 6 little tables. You want one nice and big, chill back 10 feet away and let them talk and explain shit. So glad it's working out. We have one table.
6-4 versus Ace-King.
Classic race.
Probably seeing a 3-bet. Chris opting for the $15.
My 3-bet size is $20.56.
Ooh, and Anthony just lays it down.
Discipline fold.
King 7 versus 6 Queen Deuce. Ace 4 versus Queen 9.
Interesting board. One with a heart. Hate a 7, love a 7.
Both players don't mind the 7. And 7 would be interesting.
10.
Chris now double got it. Ooh.
Yeah, I want to see a bet take
Chris
it
get
down.
in there. Or he was there already.
Tough to do anything about it. King 2 and 9-3. We see a 6x open from Chris here. Standard call. King high board with 2 clubs. King high board, ace high board.
Let's see if Chris can get his flush draw. Makes a pair.
That just gives him more equity. We should see a second barrel.
Now you think, okay, against, some odd ace, a 9's good, a 3's good. Unless he has ace, king, ace, queen, king, queen.
This is another one of those range advantage boards too. Anthony never has aces, kings, queens, ace, king, or ace, queen, because they all would have raised, but the 2 is pretty significant for Anthony.
Is Chris going to bluff or just take his 3? And he takes his 3 to showdown, and it is no good.
You wonder if that deuce
pair.
didn't come and Chris bet. That puts Anthony in a bit of a pickle.
He has 2 pair on the end, though, so it's a little easier, I guess.
No, I meant without the deuce. If it was just
without the deuce, yeah.
that's a tough call if the deuce doesn't come.
Yeah. 4-6 for Anthony. No action. 3-5 versus pocket 4s. A lot of pocket 4s today.
Tons.
I think this is the 6th or 7th pocket 4s? It has to be up there.
And
and we see a set for Chris. Gutter for Anthony.
Double gutter.
Double gutter.
Deuce or a 6. This is an action board. It does not look like one at first glance. Unfortunately, that is the...
For Chris now, Anthony completely drawn dead. And he's still going to call.
Of course.
Could be interesting. Oh, and a 5.
That's a say. It would be unfortunate if you saw the deuce or the 6 because you're just going to lose heaps, but...
Chris now going to bet. Looks like probably going for a pot size bet.
Hey.
If you're Anthony here, is he just still never bluffing? You just have a 7, or in this case, a boat.
You bet big with your nuts. You bet big with your air. But at this point, what do you do in... Yeah,
good lay down.
I feel like you call your 7s and half your aces. It's not a fun spot.
Have an ace there, which is... probably better to call with. I don't know. Ace Jack versus the 7-9. Going to see a 3-bet. Chris calls. Anthony with middle pair. Chris with a whole lot of nothing.
Each player with a spade in their hand. Yeah, I did not know how this match would go down. I knew it could go late or long. Like, we're 3 hours in here, close. Depending on how the card distribution went, but we'll see. That's where the dynamic could have changed if Chris goes, you know what? I'm taking 400 more right now. Now we're both 600 plus, and the match could be over quicker. So,
Queen 10 versus Jack 6. Queen 10 has a gutter. Jack giving Chris a pair.
Not easy to continue with the Queen 10, but I probably would versus a bet. Now, here's a weird spot. You check your Queen high.
Yeah, it works out.
Yeah, I think sometimes you do, sometimes you don't.
I guess you figure when the ace pairs, is even a 7 ever folding? Like, you're probably... Yeah.
And then
almost take my queen high.
Ever betting? Yeah. All right, I'm going to switch scenes here to take a quick look at the leaderboard. So as I switch, we see Chris is up a big whopping $17 at this point. It's anybody's game still. It looks like Anthony has this massive stack, but Chris has all those rebuys untouched yet. So could be interesting to see. We'll see what develops here. I'm going to switch back to the main table. Queen Jack versus Ace 5. Queen Jack taking it down.
Ace Deuce versus 10-4.
Anthony sticking with that $5 sizing on a very dry
another dry board.
I'd have liked to seen a $3 bet there.
A hand like 10-4, you're probably just tossing it away, right? And there you go. It's a 10. Yeah. So you bet that $3, $4, and you don't. Yeah. Or you might even call in the end. Yeah, look, yeah. That's where that bet on the flop
that
saves you.
$3 bet wins you. Yeah. If you're the out of position player and you float and you're gonna have leads, the two best cards on that particular board, say it's 339 or 338, the best two cards you can see on the turn are an ace or a king. Because what are you normally floating with? Ace high and king high. So if you're ever going to take a lead and bluff or have it, pick the ace high and king high turns. Because that's normally what you float with. So pick, when you have 7 high, still lead. It's your really good... Aces and kings are your best turn card as the out of
scary
position
card,
player.
Yeah. Base a lead, you really don't love it.
It still hits the in position player, but I mean, as the out of position player, if you're gonna float, it's usually that.
King Queen of Diamonds takes it down pre-flop. Pocket 7s versus Ace 7.
Here comes the 3-outer like clockwork. We see
Ace Ace 7 on the flop, anyone? Is that too much to ask for? You get Jack Queen 6.
It's one of those bets. Yes, you 3-bet 7s. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. What do you do on that board? Snap shutdown. It's tough. Like, what do you beat?
Chris, it's like, I don't know.
That's even gross. That's even worse.
And the clubs get there too. You're like, oh.
Hey, sometimes 3-bet bots get checked down. That's the reality of it.
Ace King of Hearts versus the 6-9 of Hearts. Likely going to see
a
3-bet by Anthony.
What size? The 2.5. I don't mind the 2.5 when you get the 5x open. The 2.5.
Deuce 3-7. Both players missing. Backdoor flush draw for both players.
Generally, a safe flop to continue. Like, how many 7s?
I don't hate the float with the old 6-9. I don't know.
I don't mind it either. I mean, you got hearts. You're
in position. You have
what if the
hearts.
Turn is the 8 of hearts? You're like locked in the hand, right? So. All right, I'll be right back. These beers are running through me.
Ace Jack off takes it down pre. Ace 10 off versus the Queen 7. Both players whiffing. Another whiff. Ace high good right now. Chris is going to take a stab at it. Let's see if Anthony can call with ace high. And he does. Good call, Anthony. Swing and a miss for Chris. Anthony now taking the lead. Anthony's saying it's a miracle that you never rivered a pair. Someone call a real doctor. We had an ace high call on the river. Anthony was right.
Ace high hero?
Jack, something.
Got poker being played. I love it.
Small pot, but nevertheless, it's now started some banter.
Do you know what? So the big pots tend to play themselves, but guess what? 80% of all your pots heads up are these small little one pair ace high, and you got to navigate those most of the time. So when you do that part of the game correctly, you're gonna see a lot of the pots, and it affords you a chance to gamble in the big ones. So they all pots matter. We see the queen shove here quite quickly. I feel like if Chris had $100, we'd probably see a call with a 9-10. It's pretty close. So the match is now Chris plus 30. Plus 30. As for the leaderboard here, I switch scenes. We'll watch from this scene for a bit. Queen ace deuce on the flop.
We're going to use this for a restroom break.
Yeah. I will call the action. We'll switch back to the main table here. We see ace king on the button, open to 2.5x. Nothing for Chris, not much he can continue with. As an open fold from Anthony. I'm not even gonna limp. I'm gonna call. I'm just gonna open fold. And there's nothing wrong with it. There is a small percentage of hands that fold on the button. But in heads up, no limit, you're going to be playing 80% plus of hands in position. The smaller you open as a min raise, the more hands you play. The bigger you open, the fewer hands you play. And out of position, if you're facing a min raise, you call wider. If you're facing a 2.5x, call a little bit more. If you're facing a 3x, you call here. 4x, what if you're facing an all-in? You call here, right? So your range of hands that you can play is really based on your opponent's open size. I did some open size commentary while you were gone.
6-8 versus Jack 6.
A lot of good turn cards for the 6-8. The Jack, you just got to go, is this a hand that I bet or check back? We've got some background information here coming in from the boys. Anthony typing in, we may need a second night. This shit's taking forever. Is it entertaining at all for the viewers? Yes.
Looks like Chris potentially saying he'd be open to 2-4, hence doubling the blinds.
Yeah, I also commented in the chat saying,
And
again, guys,
he's good with that as well.
Fantastic action. They're curious to see how everyone's responding to the match, because they're, like I said, in the dark. They're just playing their match. So I've given them feedback. Aaron's given them feedback saying, "Good job, guys. We're all having a good time. Let us know if you need a break or if you want to change anything regarding the match." Would you guys entertain raising blinds? Aaron suggested. Chris says sure, he'd be open to the 2-4. Anthony also open to the 2-4. Now, that falls on my shoulders to figure out how to do that in match. Let me take a quick peek. Game settings. Oh! It's as simple as hitting game settings and doubling the blinds. I'm going to hold off, Aaron. If you can send them a text saying Trev's got everything queued up. If they both type agree, maybe, or what are we at? We're at hand 272. Is there a hand at 275 or 280 or something of the such, like a benchmark? And I will change it to the 2-4. Agree on screen. And this is just an instant.
So at hand 300, we're going to be increasing the blinds to 2-4.
300, 2-4. I am going to prep right now. I'm going to hit cancel.
Looks like Chris here making a straight. Unfortunately, Anthony with not much of anything and doesn't decide to bluff at it. Jack 3 versus 3-9.
Let's try that announcement feature down to 5 words, 1 sentence, so I don't get cut off here. There we go. Everyone see that? I see it. Good. Sounds good. All right. Thanks for everyone tuning in. Like I said, we had no idea how long or how quick this would go. We were hoping it wouldn't be over in 15 minutes. But at the same time, we don't want it to take 12 hours either. So these are the adjustments we're making in real time. Both the players have agreed to double the stakes to $2, $4 at hand number 300. So we are going to do that in 25 hands. I was like, my math was like in 15 hands, no problem.
Ooh, 3 deuce of spades here for Chris. And a 10 for Anthony. Can't help but think Chris is going to want to bet at this with 3 high. Nice to, make it 10, 5, 7. Any one of those fold. Really any other hand, honestly. Worst case, you build a pot with your flush draw.
I like a 2x bet here. I would go to 92.
Off a $217 stack size?
I'm committed. Are you?
There's notes going in on the end. Chris whiffs and the 8 to 10-8 holds up.
I just made a comment in chat. Blinds are doubling to 2-4 at hand number 300. That's actually a lot of hands. I was not really paying attention to.
Yeah, we really got our money's worth here, to be honest. I'm glad it wasn't over after the first 20,
we got to settle in. We got to feel the highs, the lows, a couple bathroom breaks, good comments, fun, lull. You're kind of, all right.
We'll be going on, over 3 hours, which is really good.
I'm happy that it happened. I mean, for the players too. Like, I'm sure they're like, hey, I didn't get roasted.
Yeah. A lot to play.
But I mean, I think this is cool to just try out, and I think we could do more of these, whether we do just one-off matches or a tournament structure or whatever. I just feel like we figured out this little fun thing. The poker community, we all mostly know each other, so it's kind of like it's more fun when you know the players and you can kind of get behind their player, because you picture their face and their pain when they're like contemplating a decision. So, and that's kind of what this whole thing was about. Like, I mean, if you're a nobody that's tuning in, like, who are these guys doing what? This is such shit production. Yes, it is shit production. We're doing it for our own entertainment within. What does your home game do, motherfucker? That's what I want to say to you. So anyway, this is what our home game does. Holla back. I don't know why I always do this. This is my move.
What up?
I don't know.
Ace Queen off versus the King 9. King 9's going to lay it down on the Deuce 4 flop.
Ooh. We're getting light.
Looks like both players are going to fold their way to hand 300.
I once saw Phil Gothon win a shitload of money doing that. The other so the options or the features that I have from hosting is to up the blinds, and I can also increase that range. So if they do want full access to, or if Chris wants access to the full 1,000 untapped, that is another option as well.
Yeah, I think the 2-4 blinds is going to make a big difference.
That's going to force everything.
Just you'll have just slightly larger pots. You're not going to see a $10 pot, or a $4 pot. Like a $400 buy-in as well, for Chris, who hasn't, he's in for 200, so that's just 2 buy-ins more. He has 800.
I'm going to go over to the leaderboard right now. Sorry to interrupt you, just so we can tune in. Chris is up $10 whole, folks. 10. That's where we're at. 3 hours in, and we're within $10 in this match, despite what you see on the screen for stack sizes. So, all right. Back to the main table here. Where are we at for hand number 284? We see some banter in the chat. Looks like there's some over-unders on the length of the stream now. There's bets on the players. Now there's bets on the length of the stream. There's bets on how many beers I'm going to have. I feel like I should bet on myself if you guys are betting on beers.
Ooh, we see a 3-bet with the Jack-6 suited. Anthony getting a little squirrely, flops a gutter.
How do you flop nuts? It's so hard to do. It feels good.
Oh, and Chris has the nuts.
How do you do it? What do you
and Anthony
bet?
just checks. Oh, yeah.
Snap fold. That's one of those boards. I don't know what the size is. I honestly don't know. You have a set, bet big. You have a straight, bet big. You have clubs, bet big. What do you do with 2 jacks, though? I don't know. It's one of the... I don't know.
3-3-8 versus the King 9. Anthony with 2 overs and a backdoor flush draw is going to call. Has his flush draw now versus Chris's 8. We'll see if Anthony can get there. Any King 9 or club is going to be good.
Is there ever a raise?
It's the 8 of clubs. 8 of clubs would not be good.
Okay, so yeah, I'm going to stand or call.
And a lot of nothing.
Here's the weird part with your 8. Do you really still value bet, or you just check call mode?
It looks like Chris is loading up a bet, but decides to check.
It's an easy check call. It's a tough bet face a raise.
I almost like to check back there, to be honest. I mean, King high.
All right. 13 hands until stakes double. I feel like I could do another announcement, but it's redundant, so I'm not going to.
Anthony noting that if Chris bet, he was going to hero call.
The players are dialed in. I mean, we're dialed in as commentators because we're going to see the cards, but it's great to see that the players are also like right there. They're like they're on the edge of their seats, just like the viewers. All
300 hands isn't easy as a, playing either. This is going on 3 hours now.
I know. I mean, it's tooth and nail.
We see a premium for Anthony with pocket kings, Chris with jack 8 off.
Okay, what size is the 3 bets? A little bit more. So we got that 3.2x, whatever.
Chris will call.
3.5x.
Oh, Chris gonna lay it down. That doesn't feel good as Anthony.
What was Chris's hand? 6-8 of clubs? I feel like 6-8 is a call. I don't know.
It's Jack 8.
Sorry, I'm tuned out to too many things. I thought it was 6-8.
3 red lines.
3. Well, I'd be a little more focused if it was only 3. Carl, you're winning your bet. Sorry, what? What? Actually, I have not had beers or been tipsy in like 7 weeks. Fuck you, COVID.
Oh, wow.
I let a lot of people down with that statement right now.
Open-ended now for Chris. Anthony still with second pair. Chris getting a pair. We'll see if Anthony wants to value bet his king.
Hard to, but the 8 is such a key card because you block a lot. Yeah, check. I mean that's pretty standard.
The king 5 versus queen 6.
You love to see it, Aaron. You really do.
Oh, and he just mucks. He just mucks the king 5.
I'm going to look that. Hold on. I'm going to write that one down. We'll ask.
Hand 292. You open folded king 5 off. Right what was going through your head?
Given the history of our entire game.
You knew what the king 5.
Open muck king 5, hand 292.
Yeah, it was one more dollar to call, and you opted to fold the king 5.
More importantly,
7, 8, 9, 10 versus pocket 10s. Open ender for Anthony. Chris betting. Can't help but think that Anthony's going to call here. And he does. Ooh, and a king. Anthony whiffs. Is he going to lead at it? Puts a hand at like pocket 10s in a weird spot. Flush gets there. Just checks. Chris probably just
unless there's if the only way you win is Chris bets is 30% and you rip. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
Probably fair to give up.
You gotta have some give ups. I mean, you have your bet
range,
you
your check time.
Range. You have to have a give up range. Like that's just part of the game. I bet this. I check this. This is my surrender. But part of that bet is value, and part of that bet is the fun part, which is the bluffs. That might have just been the pure give up.
Maybe give Anthony a club, or he might want to bet that on the end at least. Less flushes. Chris can have blockers.
5 more hands till the stakes double.
King 10 versus Jack 4.
Oops, typo.
King 10 takes it. 9-4 versus 10-5.
Chris typing. All right, big line 4.
Anthony with ace 4 off in the big blind. Don't know what Chris has just yet. 5-3 suited. See you raised to $9 off the limp.
Hey, I advocate for the 4x versus the limp, so can't fault the sizing, and it works. One hand till we double here. Okay, so now I'm gonna hit. Am I one hand behind? I feel like I was super. I hit it. Settings.
Anthony trips. I think Anthony's flopped. Anthony's gotten a lot of trips.
Okay, so 301. Sorry to interrupt. It's gonna 2-4. All right. Turns out I was 1 microsecond behind. So hand 3.
Okay, we are now 2-4.
Yeah, 301 was 204. It should have been 300.
And we see a limp. King 3-5, one of those monotone boards. Chris holding the Jack of Hearts. Anthony doesn't want to chase his gutter. Do you think we're going to see that 5x open now that the blinds are 2-4?
It's hard to say.
Chris,
I mean,
to 20.
It's interesting. You'd think consistency all the way through is like simple.
I think there's also the perception of the absolute amount that you're opening to, right? Like if you look at absolute dollar value.
I mean, so if Anthony's opening to 5, his open should now be to 10 to be exactly 2.5x all the way through. Does that stay consistent? We'll find out. And Chris's varies. It goes
we're already seeing a larger pot. Anthony
3x.
Rivering a flush. Chris with a jack.
He has a club, which does give some removal to other flushes. Big bet here by Anthony.
I like the bet.
Chris has got second pair. He has 1 club. You always want to have 1 club. It's less likely your opponent has a flush.
Probably a decent calling candidate, right?
If you have 1 club. And he
lays it down. Good fold. Chris sussing it out. Ace King for Chris, but he's there we go. He opened to 20. So we do see that Chris is making that adjustment now with the big blind.
Sorry, texting happens. All you hear is our silence and notifications dinging. We're not talking to each other at all.
Some back channeling going on here between the announcers. Pocket eights here versus
back to the action.
Board of Chris.
Thank you.
Looks like we may just go to showdown. Anthony's gonna pick it up. On hand, 308. Queen 3 suited. There's a 7-10. We're going to see a flop.
$22 pot.
Top.
Weak top pair, third sizing. I like the sizing. No float with the 10 of spades. A lot of good things happen with the 10 of spades. Turn an 8, turn a 9, turn a spade, turn a king, turn a 7.
9 deuce versus 3 deuce. See a limp.
It's one of those boards where you
Nine high takes it.
You should take a third of the pot-sized bet on the river. Just fuck you and your shit card versus my shit card and see who folds.
9 high like a boss. Ace 8 suited in the big blind here for Chris. We'll see what Anthony has shortly.
For those wondering, the match is Chris +4 at this particular moment in time. Hand 310.
It's awfully close.
Looks like a lengthy chat bubble.
Chris saying, the only thing lower than my hand was your IQ.
These players have been throwing daggers for the better part of 10 days here. Not surprised to see it show up in chat, recycling jokes. Some of it's
4-6 suited opened up for Anthony. King 6 defended by Chris.
Not a bad flop for both players, given their exact hands here. Big sizing for the C-bet with a 4. Hard to continue with a 6. You have the 6 of hearts. It's fun, but you still lose to, like, monstrous overpairs.
6-10 versus 8-7. 6-10 just folds. 7-9 suited versus Jack 6. We'll see if Jack 6 decides to open.
Should be an open. And we let
it just go. Went the way of the King 5.
It's all right.
A little bit of a lull in terms of pre-flop hands here. A lot of Jack 6, Deuce 8, 3-9.
It happens, and it is really going to be interesting to see, because if there's a lot, like the card distribution, you can't control it. If you get shit versus shit versus shit, and then marginal versus marginal, I feel like that's really where the battle's won. The big hands are exciting. That's what we're all here for. But those who can keep their composure and all those minute nuances, like the pain in the ass, boring hands, yeah, you can stay focused for a while, but I think the person that can stay focused for the long, those small bets, the right bets, they're boring pots.
Yeah, paying attention when you're,
but they count
for a large pot and you're paying attention.
Add up. It's like you feel like you're just biding your time, like $3, $6, and you're just waiting for that big one. We're all waiting for the big one.
Yeah.
But there's 32 small ones, then one big one. Where do you think you should focus your strategy? The one that happens the most often, right? So it's one of those things. The 5-9 versus the Jack-9 here.
Like Jack-9 flops open-ended, 5-9 with a whole lot of nothing. Backdoor flush draw.
Don't discount those hearts, Aaron. That's like 3% right there.
And we'll never know.
We'll never know. We'll never know.
Queen 8 versus King 8. Can we get 2 8s on the flop? Is that too much to ask for?
King Queen 8. King Queen 8.
King High's good. Ooh, and Anthony gets there with a queen.
Interesting sizing. How big?
Pretty big size.
75.
Here's a flush draw.
Yep.
No action from Chris.
That's the thing with a lot of heads-up matches. They're supposed to be high variance, exciting, but you can go stretches where it's fucking boring sometimes. Sometimes winning poker is boring.
Chris now deciding to just limp the pocket fours. Probably the worst flop ever for pocket fours. But he's still good, surprisingly. And he's going to win $4.
It's one of those boards where it's just like, I know when you get 300 hands in, players are getting tired. I mean, you can only, if you think about one poker hand is maybe a raise pre, a bet on the flop. Maybe there's 2 to 5 decisions per hand. Maybe let's say that's 2 tough decisions per hand, or 1 or every other one. We're 321 hands in. Let's call it 2 decisions. Like, there's 600 plus moderate to difficult decisions that these players have had to make per hand. How many did you get right, Aaron? How many did you just go, I fucking bang that shit? Nailed
usually
all of them.
like 580, right?
It's not
600,
easy.
But your mileage may vary.
It's not easy to just drill every one of those decisions.
And you start to fatigue mentally.
You're gonna make mistakes. That's just all there is to it.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of play here. We're less than halfway done.
Yeah, I know.
As weird as that is to say.
I feel like we're getting the Doug and Dan. There's 25,000 hands to be played, folks. We're not even at the halfway mark. Head on over to PokerShares and place your bets.
Oh, we have an all-in here.
Oh, shit. Where's my button? Boop. I got it. That's the most timely button.
Probably getting in the middle.
Oh, shit. We have an all-in. 10 on the turn.
10 on the
8
turn.
on the river. Ho, ho, ho. Big
wow.
pot. Big pot.
And we're going to see our first rebuy of the night from Chris. We'll see how much he goes, and he's going, it looks like, for the full 400. So this blood has been drawn on both sides.
So I'm going to go over to the leaderboard here, and we can see that, like, what an interesting turn of events, because Anthony takes the chip lead for the first time in the match by like 200 chips. Initially, one full buy-in, but that's not the case anymore because we've doubled the stakes. Very, very interesting. What notifications or settings do you have on? Ooh. 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 I like yours sound cooler than mine.
Looks like
that was
he's probably going to go straight into the muck.
I feel like I should have scribbled down big hands like 36 minutes.
I have two of them written down.
Yeah, I was like, if you want to rewatch this and then go to your key
the
mark,
rest kind of played themselves.
17,
big
36.
draw,
Yeah,
big pair. I think the most interesting one was that 3-bet by Anthony with the king or the 10-7.
That was cool.
Yeah.
I think I have a misclick by both players that I'm curious about. It feels weird to even ask about it now because that was like hand.
Yeah, at that point,
Do you remember hand 16? Fuck no! I don't remember hand 16, Trevor.
10 Jack opening 5x, ace 4 gonna call, $40 pot, headed to 6-8-8 or 6-8 ace rather. 10 Jack gonna continue. Looks like Anthony's ace has. Ooh, it's going to be raise. I think that's all she wrote probably for Chris.
It's hard. It's like what?
It's like, what do I do here? Am I hoping for a 9?
Call, turn a draw?
Yeah, I'm calling to turn a draw.
It's like never card is like a 9. Yeah.
I'm calling to turn not a nut draw. King 8 suited versus the Jack Deuce. Jack Deuce likely going in the muck. And it does. 7-4 versus King 7.
Is that Greg? I hear a meow.
That's Vino.
How many cat lovers or dog lovers are in the chat? Your hosts have both.
1 for cats, 2 for dogs. Anthony flopping top pair. Chris with nothing.
That's the thing with heads up. Like last night I played 280 hands for those that are curious to the wee hours. I lost 4 big pots.
Yeah.
Like I played as many hands. I had jacks versus ace 7, hit an ace. I had like every single big pot I lost, and then you chisel like you you're a better player, and you win all the small stuff. But if 4 big pots go south,
yeah,
it doesn't matter how good you are. You got to win 1 or 2 of those to even things out, right? So this has been fun to watch. It's been all one-sided early. Then some comebacks, then some battle, and I feel like this is going to be the clash near the end. I think things are going to wrap up around hand 400, like right on the cusp. I don't know. That's my prediction.
Yeah, I think, one of these players gets stacked again here. You're going to start to see, now you're getting deeper, 2-4. It's going to get interesting. What'll
be interesting is the sizes. Like, as stacks get deep plus 400, well, I mean, our blinds change too, but like, are the 3-bets going to get bigger or smaller? Like, it's new. Like, I feel like we threw
should change when you get deeper.
I'm saying we threw a curveball at the players. They're settled in at 1-2, and I'm like, Anthony's like, I got my 5, and I got my 3-bet, and Chris is like, I got my thing and my counter, and then we went, let's double it, and they're like, wait, what are my sizing? Okay, I'm going to do that, and it's just you have to adjust because everything compounds. The stakes are bigger. My turn bet's bigger. Sorry, I missed.
Ace queen versus eights.
We got a real hand versus a real hand here.
Looks like a 3-bet coming into 40 by Chris, and a call out of Anthony likely.
Hard to fold pairs in position.
Anthony calls, $80 pot. Ace queen getting there early. You don't hate that flop as Anthony.
What's the size? And a check. Here's where you bet small, you get action from a lot of those 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s.
Yeah.
Anthony's got to be
interesting,
super weird. What ace king misses, ace jack misses, ace 10 miss, and a safe turn card for both. It's just super weird. What's
nice for Chris? Okay. And now $60. I don't know.
Snap fold.
Anthony just mucks it.
Is that soul read? What's going on? I mean,
I probably call. I peel one.
I mean, there's not a lot of good rivers, and you're behind all the premium, but it's still hard to let that go so early.
Yeah, that check on the flop for deception. Oh, man. Uh-oh. Chris flopping 2-pair. Anthony with just top pair. Better kicker. Gets raised. That's a big raise. Look at that. 5x.
I've been waiting to see one of these 5x raises. That, I mean, you want to pick a few sizes and master them. Sometimes you got to do that 5 and fucking 8x raise. I don't hate it. Stacks are deep enough.
When Anthony correctly just lays down his top pair, is he just realizing, when Chris goes big, he's likely going to just have it?
Here's the thing, and I was hoping not to get into that. It's called, there's 2 theories of poker, right?
Yeah.
Exploitative, which is the fun fucking version of poker. You're doing this. You bet 100% of flops. You only make a pair 30% of the time.
Yeah.
Well, you can't have it 70% of the time. Okay, so now that I've identified that, what the fuck am I going to do about it? I'm going to call light and check raise a shitload. So there's a strategy there. I've figured out a leak in your game. You can't bet 100% of flops. I'm not saying every player does. It's just an extreme example. But that's exploitative. I figured out what you're doing. I now have a counter strategy. Let's watch this hand develop here. Ace queen versus 6-7. Shouldn't be too much. Be just kind of a bet and take it down, but we'll see if the size is small.
For Anthony.
Yeah, 4 and 8. We might see a big size again by Chris.
We'll see a raise here. Yeah, looks like Anthony's sizing up for a raise. I see what they have, but I'd like to see a call out of Chris. It'd be interesting.
I love the raise by Anthony again.
Yeah.
And it's so hard to continue, right? Where you check or bet a third or check, you give yourself some room to navigate. So back to what I was saying. So exploitative is a version of poker. You'll see it live tables all the time. He always checks weak and bets strong. Well, if he checks weak, I attack.
And if you only bet strong, my strategy is just to fold a lot unless I have something. It's very exploitative. You figure out your opponent's strategy, counter strategy.
Yeah.
GTO, which stands for Game Theory Optimal, is you play in a manner that it doesn't really matter what your opponent does. Whether they call, raise, or fold, you are so balanced in all spots at all times. You're betting enough for value. You're betting enough for bluffs. You're betting the right sizes, the 1/3 to target the floats. You've figured out all the sizings. It's a phenomenal way to play. It's not figured out. It's computer based. We're humans. We can't play perfect, but we can try to get there. And there's certain sizings that are pretty gosh darn close. And that's why I suggest the 1/3 is good and the 2/3 good. Limping pre-flop on the button. Hard to take down monsters if you're limping. So there's a few things that we can do to strive to be GTO.
Right.
But if you just... And GTO is great if you play a million hands against the same opponent. Because now you figured out what's up. Yeah. But if you're not going to see that guy again, fuck it. Take him down. Exploit the shit out of him, right? So...
Yeah, I think the idea is for every, exploitative play, there's a counter exploitative play to take advantage of it, and it compounds on top of each other.
You got it.
But if you don't play the guy enough for them to figure that out,
who cares?
Then, you can make and deviate from GTO or make these exploitative plays and perhaps win more than if you, chose not to.
Yeah, being balanced is cool if you're playing a guy infinite. Because it's like, if I played him infinite and I kept doing this and he figured it out, well, then I kept doing this. So I had to balance. But if you play this guy 2 times and he kept doing something so obvious, you just do the best strategy against that. And if you don't see him again, who cares? Maximize. But if you kept doing that and he played you long enough, he's going to go, oh, he keeps doing this. I'm going to let him keep thinking I'm doing this. Now I'm going to do this. Until you catch on, and now you're like here, and then he goes here, and it never ends. And that's the whole problem with exploitative. It's a great strategy if it's infrequent against random players, but if you play a match like this, this is not a long match.
We're seeing here actually, Anthony flopped the nuts, and Chris has a jack, so we probably are going to see Chris pay Anthony off here on the river, and that's what we do see. $200 pot going Anthony's way. Anthony, the first to break the $1,000 barrier.
Big stack.
Chris with a lowly $298, accusing Anthony of being too lucky.
Anthony with the $300 on the nose chip lead.
It just manages to flop a boat. Nice life.
Absolute nutter butter.
After being called lucky. Oh, and Anthony just checks, letting Chris hang himself. Chris now with a gutter. Anthony bets 12, going super small. He knows it's unlikely Chris has a 10.
And you can't just always check back, and then what weird raises on the river. So those small sizings allow you to do a lot. That's great. Great stuff.
I need a washroom break.
Okay. All right, let's tune in here. We got an 8-6 of diamonds versus the old 10-5. Anthony with the old deuce 7 again. Opening to 11. quarters. See king 5 on the button. What's the open size? I usually go to about 9. There we go. There we go. $9 open. 7-9.
All right, what did
Standard
I miss?
call.
Ooh, the king 5.
I know. Standard open. Anthony opens to 9. Flat call. We see a lead by Chris with the old 9-7 on a 9-8-3 flop. Hard to continue with king 5. But you got to be annoyed and frustrated with these leads. What do? He's thinking about it. Just lets it go. You gotta wonder though, if you lead the 9 on the 9 high flop and then just get raised, you're like, shit. 9-4
Versus queen 7.
kind of open size we're looking at. We're going 9, 10, 11, 12. Checking in. Getting side
What's
text.
Chris is thinking about with the 9-4, perhaps taking a bathroom break.
You know, with that 3-minute time bank, we see a strong limp by the button here.
Back to your whole point about GTO, it's so interesting how as soon as you start to incorporate limping and leading and everything, how complicated it all becomes, to actually play a strategy and, have it be quote unquote balanced. It's just, you're almost better off making fewer decisions, but those fewer decisions more accurately.
100%. I've been dabbling in the solver world. Solver's been more prevalent in the last 5 years, but right now they're pretty strong. And if you're going to go to the upper echelon and play this particular game, the one we're watching right now, let's just quadruple the stakes. 2 different announcers, 2 different players with infinite bankrolls. You're going to see a different game, and they're going to play more towards GTO. Why? Because you can't be exploited. Is it boring? Yeah. Is it hard to execute? 100%. But if you're going to get to that level and play an efficient strategy, you want to be balanced. And I think if you simplify it, so to the simplest is, let's say you get to a flop and you have 2 choices. Bet 100% or check. That's all your choices are.
Right.
You're going to bet with your good hands and then check with some of the hands. You can't just bet all strong and check all weak. That's like the worst thing you could do, because an opponent would go, oh, when he bets he's strong, fold. When he checks he's weak, call, exploit, and raise the shit out of him later. So you would have to split it. Like, okay, I'm going to bet with my strong on this one, and then I'm also going to check back some strong. I'm going to bluff. So you have half and half. So you have, but now if you're on the button and you have a limp, you need to limp aces and limp shit. Now you have a 2x, a min raise. Well, now you need to limp aces and 2x raise aces. Now you have a limp, a 2x raise, and a 3. Now you need to limp aces, 2x raise aces, 2.5. Now you got to limp 2x, 2, 3. Like,
and do those all at a frequency, which is the same. Like, it gets so complicated.
And it's only useful if you're playing a savvy opponent for a lengthy period of time.
Yeah.
That's why I say use 1 open size on the button, 2.5x, min raise is too small, 3x is kind of big, 2.4, whatever. 1 size for everything. For your shit, for your aces, your opponent is indifferent. Simplify the game for yourself with 1 size. If you want to have 3 or 4 different open sizes, I'm not saying don't do it. A computer would balance it out perfectly, but we're not computers, we're humans. It's really fucking hard to do. So
yeah. We see here Anthony flopping open-ended. Jody Ruda in the chat saying, yo peeps, what's the lag on the chat? 5 minutes. So we only have a 30-second delay, I think, on the chat.
Shout out to Jody. That would be the sister-in-law on my end. We were going to go with a 5-minute delay, and then we changed it to 30 seconds, as Aaron said. We see trips here by Chris.
Chris getting trips. Finally, trips for Chris. A nice welcome departure from the Anthony Tripp show. Anthony just quickly mucks it.
I mean, depending on the set, you got the 5 of clubs, 7 best turn cards, 4 clubs.
Ace Jack versus Ace 3. A bet and a call. Ace 3 flopping a gutter. Ace Jack with a backdoor nut flush draw.
Anthony with that 1/3 size bet. Can't go wrong. You might be ahead, you might not. You put pressure on air and 2s and 4s.
Probably gonna go to showdown.
You can't fault Chris, or I mean, you got ace high. You show down your ace highs, show down your king highs, bluff your queen and jack highs. Pretty standard line by both players there.
King 10 versus the Queen Deuce. Queen Deuce finding its way into the muck.
Got some very strong hands here.
Couple better hands. King 10 suited versus Ace Queen.
Pretty standard 3-bet. You can see Chris already trying to size up on the bet wheel. We see that 4x 3-bet. I like the size.
I like it. I like it a lot. Looks like Anthony might be considering a 4-bet. We haven't seen a lot of 4-bets here. And he does 160. That's humongous.
It's a massive 4-bet, and one has to think, what if Chris had 500? I mean, at this point, Chris is like, I'm going with it for this size because your stack's two and change. Yeah.
And Chris is just going for it. I mean, he's less than 100 big blinds here.
Big draw. Ace high hold.
King 10 or spade. Oh.
Ace high hold. I think that's it. We're gonna see the first rebuy from. Oh no, second rebuy from Chris.
Second rebuy from Chris.
That puts Chris at 800.
Chris is at the cap.
No, they're tied. They're tied now with 600 apiece in rebuys. Is that correct? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Chris now. This is it.
Like this is
he's in for 1,000.
Is he at his max? Sorry.
Yeah.
Did it not?
Anthony had one more rebuy.
So we're gonna have to because I'm not updated.
So we saw Chris add 400. Now he added another 400.
So total buy-in from so Chris. Yeah. So this is it. Yeah. So Chris is at his cap. Okay, so I'm going to send a message then. I'm sure they're keeping track. I hope they're keeping track. Lost my mic. Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now? It's doing it again. Hold on.
Anthony, a mere $375 away from being a victor here.
That's not bad because I got one auto switch from Google Meets in 3 hours. That's not bad. I'll take it. Okay, so I feel like I should. Nice. So Chris is at his absolute cap.
Yeah.
So I should do a little announcement here. I'm sure they're keeping track, but either way. So no more rebuys available for Chris. Yeah, there it is. Okay, my script was just updating. Okay, so yeah, hello Chris, no more rebuys available. Is going to be my Thunderdome announcement.
It's definitely nice to have that rebuy cushion behind you. You know, it's like you can make a play and, you know, if it doesn't get through, at least you have that rebuy. But now it
definitely influences your decision, right? If you're like, I know it's the right play, but it's my last leg, or you're like, I got 3 more shots at this, you're more likely to go for it, right? So
yeah. Ooh, set for Chris. Fortunately, Anthony has a whole lot of nothing. That's always frustrating, you know, getting a set, you bet, the other guy
And it
just
looks draw heavy too. You're like, oh, the
come on,
spades,
man.
pairs.
9-10 suited for Anthony. 6-10 off for Chris. Gets defend out of the big line.
I want to see a third pot bet. You can hit a 7, a jack, a 9, a 10. There's a lot of good turn cards. Plus, you still rep all the big pairs. In your river, the 10. You're going to get value. You just don't know it yet.
9 plays.
Yeah. $7. Bigger size.
I like the size.
I go 6x against your bet there. You know what?
You.
Aaron bets 15. 75.
Queen 10 versus Jack 9. I always love seeing like these interconnected hands against each other, like Queen 10 versus Jack 9. It's like if Jack 9 gets 2 pair, Queen 10's open-ended. Like it just, you know, when one hits, the other has
are so
equity.
close.
So it's interesting.
The boys are bantering. See here where Jack 9 bets, but Anthony at Queen 10. Is it still a call if you have Queen 10, 1 spade? I think that's where the game's really played. I think the answer is yes. 100%. I got you tilted now.
Queen.
Jody in the chat, is there another way to stream this? Probably. I'm only broadcasting to you. We are only broadcasting.
Oh, that's a big hand. We have a king for Anthony and flush draw for Chris.
Another bet will get called. The ace slows the action.
Chris playing pot control. And he just checks it back. That's fair.
Yeah, hard to see another bet. That texture.
Mm-hmm. You're just like always getting called by a king, always getting called by an ace. Like, five 3 versus Jack 8.
The muck.
Now you said 400 hands earlier. We're 25 hands approximately away from that. It'll be interesting to see whether we go above or below, being that Chris is on his last bullet, less than 100 big blinds, managed to outflop Anthony here.
I feel like there's got to be two medium pots, a small pot, and then a decision. I think that's match. Assuming it goes all Anthony's way. For Chris, it would have to be. It's an uphill battle the whole way. Every single pot matters.
But I mean, you know, like 2 coolers go his way, and now he's in a commanding lead. You know, when you look at getting down to 650, and then you're at 1300, and all of a sudden Anthony has nothing.
Yeah, like if Chris doubles, that's like you said, 650 versus 1,000. You're deep stacked, and it's a fair battle.
Mm-hmm. Definitely a lot of play. Anthony outflopping Chris here with an ace. Chris basically dead.
Got a 9 deuce and an ace 6. A 5x open.
Seeing the 9 deuce go in the muck.
So do you have anything that stands out now? Just because as we're winding down, I hope we're winding down. And chat, if you're listening, all right. We are going to try and have a post-match interview with webcams and audio, hopefully, and fuck it all up and I figure this shit out. Is there questions that you guys have in chat for the players I know it's been a long match, but if there's certain hands
We have a big hand, Trevor.
we got. Oh, we do. Sorry.
Open-ended versus
I will
bottom 2.
continue later. Bet and a call. Interesting.
Might slow down a little bit of the action on the turn. It'll be a gross spot to get raised here if you're Chris, but Anthony just lays it down.
I wonder, Anthony with the big stack, is there any protection of the big stack going on? Because before it was just gusto. I don't know. Hard to say.
Anthony now might realize, I have him against the ropes. Why am I going to take a big risk, put my stack at risk?
I have actually studied a fair bit on these weird boards where it's queen, 666. Solvers say bet big. Like right there, bet 65 or 70. Turn, bet 65 or 70. What does your opponent do? Click call twice and pray? That's all. It's terrible. It's a terrible gross spot. With pure nuts or pure air, just bet big on these boards is what solvers say, but we're humans, right? So I think there was one bet to be had on the flop. Ace high probably calls with that exact hand.
Yeah, probably missed like a little bit of value there.
Not much more, but like at least one bet. But yeah.
Yeah.
My finishing my sentence was, if there's any, as we wind down here, if there's any questions, either Aaron that you've written down, we've got a few thoughts on hands here. But if there's anything in the chat, if you guys want to talk to the players, comment in chat. Let us know what questions do you want to ask, and hopefully technology doesn't hoop us, and I will be able to have both of them on at the end of the match, and we can have your questions answered. See what's up. 7-4 and ace 8 Dewey. Three X open. I'd like to see a 4-bet from the King 9 suited specifically. I think you can do 3-bet, C-bet with that particular hand. Check. Check.
We have a gutter for Chris. Can he nail it on the river?
King high does have showdown, and no attempt at the bluff.
Definitely feels like a little bit more passive play in the past 100 hands.
Action
a
has
lot more
slowed.
checking, less stabbing.
Action has slowed a little bit.
Seven deuce versus ace 9. Are we gonna see a 3-bet for 7 deuce? No, just a fold. Six nine suited.
6-9 can go either way. 3-bet or call. I like both. Big flop for Chris here.
Huge.
Nice
Check.
Interesting turn. I mean, there's going to be
Interesting
a
turn.
bet.
I think there's bet and a call.
I want to see the interesting, like, another deuce. Just counterfeit 2-pair. Now you're worried about a 10.
The call down. Interesting call by Anthony.
There's some draws that miss.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you have to call some percentage of the time. Queens versus ace 5 here. Big open. Safe flop for the 9s. Huge bet. 75%. Call. One over should not scare or deter Chris too much. And we see Anthony let go.
Chris now with 460, slowly grinding it back up. 466.
All right, I'm taking a quick break. Right back.
Pocket aces for Chris,
Okay, I'll let him come back.
but Jack 3 off, unfortunately for Anthony.
And Andy open mucks. Fuck you, Andy.
Jack 10 off for Anthony gets open to $11. We'll see what Chris has. King 5 suited. Trevor's not here to witness it. Uh-oh, big hand alert. Top pair, Jack 10 versus second nut flush draw. Second nut flush draw is going to get raised. I like it. Also have backdoor straight possibilities. Big pot brewing, Queen of Hearts. Neither player loving that turn. 6 of spades on the river. Chris with some run good is going to bet, is going to check rather. Anthony's going to take his showdown value and check back. Ace 8 off versus the 7 deuce. Seven deuce flopping a flush draw. Trevor, you missed it. King 5 got the second nut flush draw.
Oh, you love to hear it, Aaron.
Trapped
really
the river, but Anthony just took his showdown value.
Jody in the chat saying, Aaron, how in the heck did you get roped into this? As I'm guessing she means commentating.
Yeah.
He
Trevor
volunteered.
does have a gun to my head off camera.
3x open?
I consented willingly.
Yeah.
Jack 8 versus 10 Jack.
In insurance terms, they would call Aaron being under duress to broadcast.
I'm under duress. Anthony flopping the best of it.
You two need to be more live in chat without giving away the hands. Yes. I should. I was like, last night I was like thinking about, I'm like, oh, I can do broadcasting and graphics. There's only so much I can do with graphics. I feel like we've used them all. Could do them again, but the effects are over, or I'm just bored with them.
You got to throw on an ATM on Chris.
Okay, let's do that. Like, I mean, I
Pretty
would
sick
rather
needle at this point.
I
You know,
would rather have some. You know, graphics are important, but they only take you so far. The commentary and the banter between the two hosts is really what everyone's here to chill. Because the hands, let's face it, there's a bunch of boring fucking hands until the all ends. So you guys are really here to hang out with me and Aaron. And if we're not fun and entertaining, I don't blame you. There's a lot of other YouTube. Go watch some cat videos.
The nut flush draw versus pocket twos getting called down, and Chris gets there on another river. Oh man, it's just like how the match started. Anthony's not going to be happy about this one. He's already going in chat.
Snapchat right there.
Lucksack has been brought out in the chat.
I feel like I could produce a Lucksack.
You need to get a Lucksack. Get a Lucksack.
I think I could do it in real time right now. Would you guys like to see a Lucksack?
Get a real-time Lucksack leprechaun.
Luck.
Chris now with 586, grinding it back up. Remember, he was on his last buy-in.
How do you fucking spell leprechaun number 1? Okay. Oh, this is. I do not have
autocorrect on that.
I do not have a lot of real estate. If I move shit, I'm like, can't put it there, can't put it there, can't. I'm gonna work within a framework of. All right, we're getting a fucking leprechaun, folks. Hold on. Okay, images for leprechaun. Then I gotta do transparent images for leprechaun. There's a lot of play here.
Leprechaun images.
You can't just have. Who wants the leprechaun with a big fucking square border?
The white background
you
on the
have to
leprechaun.
appreciate at least all of my shit graphics are transparent. We have a leprechaun dancing. We have like a fighting Irish leprechaun. Leprechaun on a pot of gold. That looks I think that captures what we want here. Okay, I can work with that. Whoop. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Nope. It's over. It's over. I just blanked out like five things in the stream. It's too hard to do. How do
You had the ATM on Anthony. The ATM has to be on Chris.
Oh my goodness. There it is. Yeah, there's so many.
A lot of nothing for either player here. We're looking at 7 high versus 9 high. Looks like 9 high is going to take it.
So anyway,
Anthony with the needle again. 9 high, like a boss. Shout out Will Kassouf.
That's yeah.
Jody saying in chat, wait, you guys are that crappy reading in chat. Yes, the chat is 30 seconds, but it takes us about 3 minutes to notice.
Could you imagine? We were going to have a 3-minute time bank for the players and a 5-minute delay. And last second, we're like, we should interact with the chat more. Let's only do a 30-second delay. So there's only 30 seconds, and this is how much trouble we're having.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah. Okay, so I have a leprechaun here.
Jack 8 versus 5-8. Okay. Jack 8 flopping open-ended with an 8. 5-8. Just an 8. Jody, why isn't the app guy doing the tech stuff? I have to say, I don't have the time. Trevor put 2.5 weeks of effort into this. And this is the culmination of 150 hours of preparation.
Aaron's like, my mic's been muted. I'm like, Aaron, turn your mic. All right, we're good. Took 42 minutes to figure out Aaron to turn off his fucking 20 minutes before the stream. All right, I'm now uploading the leprechaun to the remove background phase. Got it. Okay, where's the leprechaun? Okay. Removing background. Oh, it's looking fucking good, folks. We have a leprechaun coming. Okay, we got pocket threes. I'm going to commentate here and just a full.
Oh, Anthony with pocket 4s again. Value bet. Or sorry, not value bet.
I'm going to go to...
Is Anthony turning his 4s into a bluff here, Trevor?
Sorry, I'm knee deep in leprechaun graphics. I believe ace-6.
Chris now tanking with an ace.
It's not easy.
Diamonds get there too. I mean, he can't. I guess he has to call, right?
There's some 2 pairs. You don't have a diamond.
Wow, Anthony with a gift, and just like that, look at Chris. He's at now $727, almost working his way back up. And he says in chat, almost folded.
You guys can probably see in real time. I have a leprechaun.
Queen, king, flopping top pair. versus the 10-7.
Okay. Probably already saw it, but I do have a Leprechaun. Sorry.
Queen Jack. Anthony's only up $282 here.
All right. Leprechauns. All right, we got Queen. All right. Yeah.
Ooh, I see the Luxac Leprechaun now in chat.
There's a few glimpses. It's brutal. I'm like, how do I hide it? I have so much real estate occupied on my desktop for streaming, sharing.
I see. Throw the
webcam.
Leprechaun beside Chris. He just needs the Luxac Leprechaun right now. You can permanently have it beside him.
Right by Chris here?
So
Okay.
well.
Okay. Hopefully that's acceptable. It's so weird doing real-time editing. These are all like, if you think about news networks and broadcaster, you're like, oh my God, I didn't have the graphic right. Like that's the beauty of streams. You just, hey, the viewers are along for a ride. It's not perfect, baby. It's not.
Jody's saying, lots going on. Drink less as I reach for a beer. The beer is the only thing keeping me going as we are 414 hands deep in hour 4. Yeah. It is now technically the second day of broadcasting.
Yeah. I also had a text from a gentleman named Toothpick saying, who the fuck is this leprechaun? Fuck that guy.
The Luxac Leprechaun on the table.
Jody in chat, Leprechaun is blinking in and out of chat. I know. I have so much real estate on my desktop occupied for this stream. Okay, back to announcing. I had my fun. There's a Leprechaun beside Anthony. We're good.
We're seeing Anthony drop below $1,000 for the first time in a little while. Pocket fives for Chris.
Could go either way, 3-bet or call.
Probably
Alex for the call.
You know, haven't seen Chris 3-bet those a lot. Not the best flop.
I mean, as you go up 5s, 6s, 7s, I think at 8s, 7s is like a mandatory 3-bet. Mm-hmm. 5s or 6s half the time could go either way.
Don't hit your head now if you're Chris, you know. You have 2 pair.
Big C-bet or big turn bet by Anthony here.
Good call by Chris.
Yeah, you could do this with a variety of hands. A lot of diamond draws now that they get there. A lot of missed straight draws. And 5s are going to take it down.
It's a good bet. Or good call, rather.
Jody in the chat says, where did your drinks go? Oh, the ones on the screen? Oh, Twisted. Well, Aaron has to. I contemplated having a Twisted Tea for everyone that we had and a red. Like, I could have outlined our entire webcam border, and I went, I don't even want to know that count either. So here they are back though. There we go, red line. Jack 7 versus 10 Dewey. Had a fairly big pot
for Anthony. Anthony now making a big bet. Wow, this is so hard for a 7 to call, and Anthony actually gets it through.
He shows. I mean, at what point is showing still cool versus like, you know, like, I mean,
Anthony's shown every bluff.
This is true.
So if he doesn't show, it's not a bluff.
Yes. I just like it. I mean, it's just a good, you have a, it's such a good turn card for you to barrel. You should barrel. Sometimes you have it, sometimes you don't. Like, it's a good bet.
Yeah, interesting decision to show for sure. Sometimes you want to leave that air of mystery.
I feel like if you're going to show at any poker game, if you're new and or not even new, it doesn't matter who you are. You go start a poker game, I feel like the first hour is the golden hour. If you just show two buttes out of the gates, map paid dividends for the rest
Oh
of the
yeah,
night.
you just sit down and then just show down some shit. It's like your investment into your image.
Yeah. Nuts. Yeah, the 7 hours of nuts. I showed 2 bluffs in the first hour, though.
Yeah.
Like,
That's the benefit of playing, with a bunch of people that you don't know. You can sit down, make an image for yourself, have a little more fun with it.
Jody says, I sent a screenshot to the Torque executive. Hey, I don't want this stream to get shut down and I get fined for using imagery that I was not supposed to. But if they want to sponsor it,
sponsorship.
they're going to love my ending stream credits. Yeah.
9-4 suited versus Queen 4.
Oh, yeah. Heart. Nope. All years. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Pocket 6s now for Anthony. Jack 8 off for Chris. Don't hate the board if you're Anthony.
Yeah, equity wise, I think that it's neutral between both in position and out of position player. Check's pretty standard. Anthony checks back some kings. You can always go for the check raise, but not this time.
Ace Queen premium hand for Anthony. 3-7 suited for Chris.
See a
Min open.
What's the 3-bet size here? That's what I'm curious about. We went 4x, 3x. $3.05. And a call.
Ace Queen flopping well. Absolutely nothing for 3-7. Let's see if Chris wants to just make a move.
Oop, I hit the wrong button, but that's all right.
This is going to think, this Anthony guy doesn't have it here. Now he wisely folds.
Yeah, like you're hoping for like a deuce.
Yeah. 430 hands in. Ace 7.
This is a long match. It's crazy.
Ace getting there on the turn. Chris probably got to just fold the queen high, and he does.
So what's Anthony have left? $265 top up if needed, even with this lead. But that is the max. Everyone's out of top ups. Chris is at his max. $265 left if Anthony needs it.
Anthony with another set of 4s. Trevor top pair 7 might. This is interesting. Anthony immediately going for the raise.
I don't blame you on a wet board. It doesn't hurt because a lot of 5x.
You don't want a 5 to roll off, and he gets a call from a 7. This is can't hate a 9 if you're Chris, right? Like, I don't know. This is interesting.
There's a lot of 2-pair combos that you get value from.
You know what? I really like that bet size from Anthony. 44. Like he's just begging to get called by a 7.
It targets all 1 pairs. All of them.
Yeah.
Ace 6, 7, 8, 7 jack.
Like how facing $44, how do I just fold my jack 7 if I'm Chris?
You can't. That's the beauty of it.
You don't have 7, 8 here, gutter, top pair, raise me. I don't know.
Just Yeah, like it's.
Oh, but he does
wow.
fold. I
So
like it.
if you're Anthony with like
Wow.
King 8 of Hearts, there, you're loving life. Like you got King High, you got folds. I mean, you'd still bet that too with it, right? So that's great bet size. 2s versus 4-7.
You got to think though, rainbow board. Do you not just smooth call flop? Like five's bad, but I mean, I guess really against Chris's specific holding, every turn is almost bad. Like for Chris to call, I don't know.
They're not easy spots. They really aren't.
Yeah, it's like what are all the things Chris has versus what he specifically has there,
5x open.
You want to start building a pot. You guys are so deep.
Hard to continue with 6 high. 5x open with the old queen and jack.
Three, 4 versus queen deuce.
Anthony flopping a 3. Big sizing with the bottom pair. Takes it down. I got gritty peeking through the sweater here.
Stuff that's now over 4 hours of play. No break for these guys. 437 hands.
I know. We keep texting them like, boys, how you doing? Checking in. No, they're both like fucking warrior hats on, battle mode. All right, I'm taking the Luxac Clover off of Anthony here. I wonder, Aaron, at some point, I mean, they're playing sound ABC, but you got to wonder, they know that there's an end in sight. They know that we've doubled the stakes. They know that we're trying to chisel towards some sort of conclusion. So do you think either player's like going to step on the gas a little bit more than they should in certain spots just to like, I'm going to be the one to bring this home? Like, is there some of that going on, you think? Like,
yeah, I think it's interesting because you also just have that fatigue element to it, right?
4 hours.
Like, it's hard to just continue to be aggressive and then be aggressive outside of the box. I mean, you're looking at like, you can't help but think Chris was probably wanting to play conservatively here. And Anthony similarly, don't have a lot of ammo left behind. You don't want to give Chris a massive chip lead. It's like, let me just take, the easier.
I feel like it's a battle of stamina. You give any player 2 hours, fresh as a daisy, cup of coffee, stretched and loose. They're coming to bring the heat. They're firing, but you go where and where? Yeah. 4 hours
Anthony
in.
Just walking the nuts here.
I mean,
Chris open-ended.
You're gonna see the turmoil as a heads up. You're gonna see the variance. Do you have the fortitude and the stamina to just keep that foot on the gas despite all hurdle? Like, I feel like it's gonna come down to who wants it more now. Like, fucking drive it home, boys. Put on the pressure. Guy that blinks is gonna buckle. I think that I would just, if it were me right now, I mean, I see the nuts here.
Yeah, 9 here ends it. We'll see if a 9 rolls off.
But I think aggression would be more rewarded now than ever.
Yeah. Oh my God! Look, Chris has a flush draw as well.
Oh, the nut.
Oh, he flips everything. Take the leprechaun away from Chris. Anthony with the nuts.
The paired board. If you do not bet this, thank you. I was gonna say you gotta bet. You might.
Oh man, Chris now.
And it's a good size, right?
He just folds because he is inducing. Like Chris, you have fold equity. You have the raise.
There's enough to jam over top of that $84 bet.
That was a good bet by Anthony. That was a big pot.
A key pot. So now we have, I'm going to switch over to the next scene here, leaderboard we have Anthony up 584. Pretty much the exact opposite of how this match started. So a huge turn of events here. Chris more or less on the ropes down to pretty much just the stack that he has left in front of him. No more rebuys available. And like I said, I think the victor goes to the person that applies the most pressure in this spot here.
Mm-hmm. You know, that was a big hand. Chris chipped up a lot there. He was at, I think, over 750 at one point. And, you know, right back now to where he bought in for almost, 50 hands ago.
7-5 opening it up for 3x. Defend with the ace-7.
Open-ended.
What size? Chris chooses the 15. Tough for Anthony if you have one heart. Like if you had the ace of hearts, you pretty much have to continue. But no backdoor hearts. Pretty much hoping for 2 perfect cards. Easy lay down.
Ace Jack versus Ace 8 suited.
Might see some fireworks
see
here.
Bet with the Ace Jack. Just a smooth call out of position.
I think I like a 3-bet from the Ace Jack here. Pretty strong holding. If you're not going to 3-bet it, I like the check. I like the call. It's a tough hand to play with this board texture. I mean, you're still up against big pairs. Checked back. You got to be curious. Interesting. You both river straight. Third pot. Again, a great size to use. If you bet 50, 60, 100, 150% pot, what are you getting called by?
Mm-hmm.
A 6 or the nuts? You want to bet. If you bet 30, maybe what if you bet 20? Can you get some 2 pairs to call? If the answer is yes, great bet size. Right? So King 5.
Likely see check on the turn. Is Anthony going to get squirrely? Nope. 5, 6, 7, 8. Everybody loves a chop pot.
What did I say? Says Chris Stapleton. Or is it Joe Stapleton? Who did I say? Adam Stapleton.
Ace 10 versus pocket 5s. Lots of action flops. That is not one of them. Jack 7, 7. Anthony probably just fold here. I think he calls. Total brick. Anthony's going to be ahead of a lot of flush draws. Chris continues to bet, and Anthony just folds.
Just going to message the boys here again. I'm going to check in kind of more frequent. Early, it's like, okay, 45 an hour goes by. But as we get later and later, I'm going to check in a little more frequently here. So I'm going to see how the players are doing.
6, 7 versus the Queen 8. 6, 7 flops open-ended. Queen 8 gets top pair. Everyone with a little something, something.
Betting a call. Pretty
$54 in the pot. 6, 7 nails it.
This is where it gets a little tricky with Chris. He's going to be
Chris
careful
is
with
going to
this top
check
pair.
back. I mean, flush draw now. Opponent, okay, yeah, he can have 6, 7. He can have a worse 8. Might warrant a bet.
He didn't snap bet, so you see he is thinking about it.
He does have the capability to think.
New logo incoming. We have leprechauns and we have think tags.
Chris is putting down the crayons and he's in the tank. and he doesn't decide on a check, we're probably going to see, I don't know, probably a pretty big bet here by Anthony.
Especially with an ace river. It's
actually, it's sick because the ace, Chris might level him into just calling, thinking that Anthony's trying to like push him off, right?
Ace jack, ace 10, call, like check back call. Yeah,
Chris appears to be going into the chat. We'll see what he says.
Okay, checking with the boys. Looks like they're both good. They're all thinking sharp, having fun, still firing. So, back channel chat says all thumbs.
He said that Chris was thinking about it, but he said in chat, "I haven't paid attention to this pot."
Sorry for the disruption, Chris. That was just a general back channel check-in with you boys.
And he folds. That's a good laydown. Save some money there for sure. I will be right back, Trevor.
Okay. So we got Queen 10 defending against a 5-7 limp here, and Anthony elects to raise. Boys just chatting here a little bit. This thing's winding down. They're asking how everything's going because they're still, like I said, the guys are in the dark. They're battling it out. They don't see the screen that we see. All they see is just their hands and the app, and they're battling. They're asking, hey, can are we still doing the interviews after? How are things going? How is the viewers? Are they enjoying it? Like, they're completely in the dark here. They both agreed not to watch the stream, obviously for cheating reasons, but they're eager and excited to, of course, see the stream and the graphics and the commentary, and who wouldn't, right? So they're in the dark here. They're just battling it out, and they're checking in, and that's why we're chatting with a group chat. WhatsApp, great for chat. So they are asking, like, hey, is everyone having a good time? Or are the viewers enjoying it? Are you and Aaron having fun commentating? I said, yes, absolutely. We are. Great job. You guys you're doing well. Lots of cool spots we're announcing as best as we can. What do you guys feel? Do you need a break? And I'm just getting feedback now. So it says, it looks like Chris is doing fine. Anthony's still doing good. Anthony says, hey, it looks like it might end late. Chris says, hey, okay, hold on. Both players are giving me some feedback from behind the scenes here, so it sounds like they're enjoying the battle. They're happy everyone's having a good time. Both guys, by the way, Anthony and Chris are both family guys, so they are doing this as quiet as mouse can be because the kids are in bed, so this is after hours. So we're still asking a lot from them for post-match interviews, checking with them. We're 458 hands deep. Looks like they both want to just battle to conclusion. If we can do an interview, maybe Chris might be up for it. Anthony says we'll see. So we're just gonna play it to conclusion. And kind of play by ear. So neither player chatting back at me thought it would go this long. I don't think even Aaron and myself thought it would go this long. So a fun match, but 400 or 500 hands.
I'm with quads, Trevor.
Okay, I love quads. I love quads, and we got a $268 pot. You got shushed by Jody in chat, Aaron. Bet the smallest you can ever bet. Bet the sucker's bet. 34.77.
It's a decent sized pot. Oh, he's just going infinitely big. Is Chris going to hero and lose to quads?
You can't blame it though. Like, what do you do with 8s here? What do you do with 10s here? What do you do with an ace jack of hearts, or your king jack of hearts that floated hits a king? Like, it's a gross spot. And we see the chat comes up right away. Chris not happy with that spot. It's tough. We'd all be chirping. I chirp more than I should when I'm playing heads up. I love that we can see what he says before he says it. Chris saying, or Anthony saying, I thought you had a 8-9 versus 8-7. Jody in the chat saying, isn't your baby room, otherwise known as the nursery, right next to the room you're sitting in? Great question, Jody. Yes, it is. This entire office. Can I hit F6? I'm not going to do it. It would zoom to my full webcam. This entire office is going to be shifting next door. We already got the couch, custom desk, dual station desk, 1.5-inch top, 2 color. The office is going to be basically my office. I'm excited for. This room will be empty. I do not make the nursery decisions, but I stand by them. So yes, this room will be a nursery. And it's a 3-step process. Get me out of here. Get the office looking good. Build the nursery. So, what are you eating over there, champ?
Billy Minor pie leftovers.
God,
shout out the keg.
Very nice. Very nice. All right, 5-9 diamonds, ace 8 hearts.
All right.
This is where I'd love to see the min bet. One big blind, $4. I don't care if you have it or not. It's a fantastic bet.
I can't get behind the one big blind bet.
Well, next time we play, you're going to see it from me.
I might just never play you heads up again, then just hold it over your head that I'm a lifetime heads up winner against you.
We'll be in live. There'll be $482 in the middle. Trevor will be like, 10?
$4.
I don't care. I'm doing it. Yeah. Aaron's right, though. Don't do that live full ring. It's a heads up play on a weird board. Monotone boards.
Chat not liking the Billy Minor pie. Apparently I eat like an animal. Will not apologize to that. It was delicious.
Yeah, heads up with the monotone board. Bet one big blind. Every single flop. Doesn't matter. Your opponent's like, I got the nuts. I got shit. They still just...
I think it's actually really good to always just bet 33% pot, no matter like
it's a simpler system, yeah. Always. Actually, that's a conversation with... I asked Pat for some help on some solves. Because my system, which I'm broadcasting from, is apparently too weak to do solves on certain boards. So I asked for some solve help, and I gave him my specs. And one of them was 33, 66, 150 on all boards, on all textures. That's all I want to know, and that's what I'm going to play. I'm waiting for the results. $3X open, 7-9 off.
We're being whittled down here. $308.
What do you think the strategy becomes? Do you get defensive? I think tightening up is the wrong strategy until you get to like 150. Like, what is it? Like 75 bigs. I think be as aggressive and reckless as you can until What's the cutoff? What do you think, Aaron? He's at 315.
I mean, you're playing here to win, so you're gonna have to push some edges and really just try and shovel money in.
Yeah.
I think that's all that there is. I mean, this is a pretty big hand, pocket nines versus ace 10, but we just see a smooth call from pocket nines.
I feel like this is where every bet sizing counts. Are you making
it's like, I might want to bet that. You have 4, 5, 6. Like, I don't know.
I don't know. You can't. I don't think you can. I think Anthony's the one that has to be cautious.
This might be it.
This could be it. This really could be it.
Oh no. This is just a cooler at this point. I mean, Chris is probably just ripping it all in.
If he finds a flat in position.
But that's also a really big 3-bet. Uh-oh, I think he's loading it up.
4x 3-bet.
Chris, no. Oh, no.
Oh my, this could be it. This is going to be it. Hearts.
Oh, 2 hearts.
Queen, oh my God.
He needs a heart and a heart only. It's over.
It's
just
over.
Like that.
Oh my God.
Wow.
What a fucking finale. That's it.
And Anthony's saying in chat, I am the champ. Just like that, ace jack versus ace queen.
I mean, that is it, folks.
All the equity in the world on the flop.
Yeah, that is it.
Jack.
GG.
Wow.
All right, I'm going to do some background text here because
4 hours and 30 minutes later, 469 hands, and it is clear that Anthony is the better player.
I'm going to hit
over Chris.
Pause here on the game, and I'm going to...
Anders wins his bet. Carl loses.
But match over. And now if... So here's what I've learned, folks, is Anthony has audio but no webcam. And Chris's system, as we noticed from the very get-go, struggles with multiple systems. So we're going to let them finish their 5 minutes of back and forth here. And what we might do is Aaron and I have a chat going on that's pretty strong connection. We might just invite Chris and Anthony to join us and see what they have to say about the match. But 469 hands is the conclusion of this match. Anthony being the winner here. Okay, so I'm going to... Aaron, if you can give the boys a text in the back channels, I'm going to wrap things up and close this match down. I will switch scenes here to the leaderboard. Actually, we're going to go to post-match interviews, and we have Anthony being the champion here. I'm going to terminate the match.
So wait, are we doing post-match interviews?
I'm setting up like we're gonna. We'll see what they do.
Okay.
Text them, see what's up. Thank you again for everyone tuning in. This has been a long one. I know we are like 4.5 hours in. Maybe we get both. Maybe we get one. I will see what the boys want to do. Long match. Very well fought. I will see what Anthony and Chris have to say. Looks like Chris might want to do an interview. We'll see what Anthony wants to do. If we can get both of them together, that would be great. I'm just going to tell Chris to turn... I'm getting feedback. It looks like both players do want to have an interview with us. Again, we should have a webcam from Chris. Anthony said he might not be able to have one. That's okay. I'm going to tell both the boys to turn on your mic now. Aaron, can you send both of Aaron from our chat? Can you send them an invite?
Or
to this Google Meet. I'll send it.
Yes, I can do it, or you can do it. I will chat to them, giving them encouragement and thanking them in the back channels while you set that up. So thank you all for watching. We're kind of working on it right here. I'm just going to let them know. Aaron sending interview. Aaron sending interview link now. Both players eagerly responding, waiting. Hopefully we can get them right away. Bear with me. Again, I'm going to have to adjust webcams. Mine and Aaron's webcam should be locked and okay. Chris Kramp. I'm waiting for Chris. So I'm going to close down that. I'm going to close down Chris or Anthony.
They have the link. The post-match interview should be happening shortly.
The one thing I'll ask you guys to bear with us is when we're doing this all by chats. So if you have like two players or two guys in a chat with webcams, it's perfectly here. Then you add a third, all the webcams move. Then you add a fourth, all the webcams move. I have everything locked and cropped perfectly so it looks really good for you guys. So there might be some shuffle once they join our chat, and I will try and update so it looks really cool for both of you guys right away here. Okay, so Aaron has sent the chats. I'm waiting for the correspondence. It should be, I think, 3 shuffles, but I will try and do it ASAP. Someone wants to join. Oh, we will let Chris join. So that's going to bugger up mine and Aaron's webcam, but as soon as Chris turns his on, I will adjust. Chris, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We definitely can. Okay, so give me 2 seconds. I'm going to change everything here. Now, is Anthony joining us with a webcam or just Mike?
I think he said he's just doing mic.
Okay, give me 2 seconds, guys. I'm going to go add display capture. Chris.
All right, we have Chris just waiting on Anthony.
So I just want to say, this is a picture I drew of Anthony with my left hand. And it's pretty much representative of what he looks like in real life. So if you just want to use this for the screen capture, that's what I picture.
All right, give me 2 more seconds. I got Chris coming in.
With my left hand.
Okay, Chris, we got you locked in. Your webcam's beautiful, audio loud and clear. I'm going to get Aaron back here in the mix 1 second because things shuffle a little bit. Aaron, where are you at? I got to find you again. Nope, that's Chris. Where's Aaron? Oh, there's Aaron. This has got to look super weird for everyone at home. Like, what is he doing? I'm editing in real time, folks. Oh, Anthony wants to adjourn. Definitely come on in, buddy.
Darkness, my old friend. There you go. I got the shit on my phone now.
Oh my gosh, look, guys, look. It's
identical.
It's identical.
I can't see. What are we talking about?
Okay, hold on. Where's Chris? I see Chris. Okay, hold on. Give me another 2 minutes. I'll have Chris perfectly aligned here.
Trevor's just setting it up on the
screen. I got 3 of the 4. Give me 1 more second. I'll have all 4 of us lovely photogenic GQ lads add
image or display capture here. We'll call it.
That's the face of a tilted man.
I have to say, guys, that went a lot longer than what I thought it was gonna be.
I thought it was gonna be like 2 hours.
I actually gave Anthony maybe 30 minutes of actual time to play before he lost all of his money. So he exceeded all expectations, and I'll give him kudos for being a luck sack and running hot.
I told you I'm gonna go over all the hands tomorrow, Chris. I'm gonna freaking detail this shit, and I guarantee you ran way better than I did.
Okay,
I'll be honest, Chris hasn't run better in terms of rivers, like hitting rivers. I think Anthony, though, you ran pretty good in terms of getting quads and trips and sets.
Wow. The quad hand, I thought he had a big hand there, and I was gonna freaking slow roll the hell. I was gonna spend the entire time just waiting the clock down.
Yeah,
just to slow roll him, but.
What did you have quads?
Like a few hands before the one when I told you I had kings, I actually had quads.
All right, good enough. I've got it as good as it's gonna get, but that's all right.
Yeah, that's good, Trevor.
All right, okay, boys. I gotta ask: was there okay? Me and Aaron were going back and forth. We're settling in. I mean, the first 20 minutes were a bit of a shit show. You guys are trying to like figure out screen sharing. We're trying to figure out commentating and whatever. Then we got into some like, all right, minute 25, 30 plus. We all got into a little bit of a rhythm and flow. Were there some misclicks? Me and Aaron were looking at bet size, and I'm like, oh my god, that's a limp, a 4, a 9. Interesting. There was some. I think there was a hand where you guys had. I think Anthony had 3-3. I don't know. I might have all the hands wrong, but my question: were there some min clicks going on, or were they intentional?
For me, I was essentially doing 2.7, I think it was, the entire time for like 90% of my hands. When we switched up to 2.4, my other raised bet sizes, because I had them like at weird numbers, it didn't seem to register. I don't think it does like pennies or like half dollars, so I think it just rounds the numbers.
Yes.
So I was like, all my bets, all my raise settings were to $11 when we moved to 2.4.
Okay.
Unless I manually adjusted it.
Yeah, I agree with that. We looked like it was look you were very, very consistent with the 2.5x open and a lot of 1/3 pot or flop size C bet. We recognize that a lot. Seemed to be very effective. There's just one or two there where the bets were like 2, 4, call. Bet 6, we're like, are they misclicking? It was like a 2, a 4, and it was a kind of weird sizing. So, Chris, did you have any misclicks this match? It's a long session, man.
4x,
like,
5x.
I misclick a ton when I play, so I'm curious. Yeah.
Like, guys, Anthony's whole life has been a misclick, so it's very possible he was misclicking.
Well, I think they're talking about you. You're the only one who's min raising.
You know what? It is called mixing it up. There's this thing. It's called GTO. It's probably 2-3 letters that are like alphabet soup for you. But for me, it's just called mix it up so that it changes the strategy and the flow. So
your whole GTO strategy is not hit a pair, fold, hit a pair, call. That's your strategy.
Out of the gates, though, like I mean, we were watching Anthony. You were taking it in the teeth. You were like overbet, and Chris was like mashing the call button, like, yep, top pair, top kicker, 2 pair, like it was just, and then the pendulum swung the whole other way, and I felt like now Chris is being faced with the like not so favorable side of the deck and your tougher decisions. How did the match feel from the start to the middle to the end? Like, what are your guys' thoughts?
Well, yeah, so I definitely felt like I had the momentum in the beginning. Obviously, I was making some hands, and there were some spots where there were some bets where, you know, I just can't get away from the hand. There were some bets that he made that were hard for me to call, but ultimately I had to make the call because I just had too strong a hand, and it turned out that I was right. And you know, he made some good plays. I'll be honest. He made some good plays and made some, river calls for me very hard to make. And they ended up paying him off later on when it went the other way, where he was making the same bets and same plays, and he was getting, lucky with his sets or his whatever. Like he was hitting the right cards at the right time, and he got paid off because of it.
We were wondering because it's like me and Aaron are like we're commenting like another pot that we're just Chris runs into the top Anthony runs into the top of Aaron's range again, Chris's range again. Wow, I'm spitting all names out here, but it was just like top of the range is just like watching it happen, and then finally the pendulum kind of swung, and it was like, okay, marginal part of the range or just like a hero call. And it was just like you had some tougher decisions midway through, and it was good to see. Like Anthony kept pouring on the overbets, and then you kind of kept calling. It was a fun match on both sides. Yeah. So kudos to both of you.
I think I have finally had to adjust the overbet thing about halfway through because he just was never folding to it ever. So you
also would overbet at the most inopportune time. Like we all
ran into it. Like
we were like, wow, if only Chris didn't river top pair here.
You ran into the goods.
A lot of my overbets were like thin value because I'm like thinking, okay, well, I remember I had like Queen 7 or something, and I thought, okay, well, my Queen has to be good here. I overbet the river, and he rivered like a stupid 2-pair with like a 3 or some bullshit.
Yeah. I think one of the particular hands that stuck out, it was the Ace-4 versus 10-8 on 4-4-2-4 king.
Yeah.
So Anthony with quads, and you managed to get max value and double check raise.
2 check raises, turn and river. And Chris, you guys are going, this is so full of shit. And I'm like, I think it's full of shit too.
But that was wild.
I honestly don't remember that one.
You guys you don't know the hands. They're Anthony, out of the gates, the statistic is you flop a set 1 in 7.5 times. In 70 hands, I think you had 7 sets. It was absolutely phenomenal, but you're still down heaps. I'm like, how does a man get this many sets and quads like twice, and you're still like stuck both ways? It was a hilarious match to watch.
How many of those 7 sets did I win?
Not many. That was the point. I'm like, me and Aaron are just like, how does he have a set again? He's still not winning.
Yeah. I have another hand that was really interesting. It's when it was King 10 versus Chris's King 10 versus Anthony's 10-7. I think the board was 7-9-2 something with 3 hearts. Anthony, you bet 3/4 pot river. Chris, you check raise 3.5x. And then Anthony, you jam over top with just a 7, and Chris had to fold.
Yeah.
Do you remember the hand?
I don't know. It was like in the first 100 and something hands. It was just like spectacular.
It's a big pot, match turning pot.
So, sorry, my 7 was a bluff there? I thought he was.
Yeah, you turned your 7 into a 3-bet bluff on the river.
I just didn't think
bluffing. The
check. I think the river made a flush, right?
You don't know it's a bluff
on the turn or something, but yeah.
Or you don't know it's the best hand, but yeah, it's like it's hard. It's not an easy jam to make. It's correct, but it would mean Aaron just went, oh my god, we're glued to the screen.
7, and then you like jam the 7, and we're like, this is the sickest thing ever.
Yeah, you guys put on a show. Props to both of you. I mean, what was that? 469 hands to determine a victor. So I don't think any of us pictured like 10 hands or 500 hands, but like maybe somewhere like the 2 and change. But yeah, this one, the full distance, 469 hands to determine a champion here. So
yeah, a lot of fun, certainly.
Well played by both you guys. Like, we had a lot of fun as hosts. I hope you guys had fun. How'd you feel? Like, no breaks. We're chatting. We're texting you guys, seeing if you need a break, like a 5-minute breather.
Breaks just would have made it go longer. I was just like, I was expecting to be in bed by like 11.
You know what the beauty of a laptop is? You can literally take it to the bathroom and take a piss while you're still playing. And that's what I did 3 times. So,
Well, the beauty of having a co-host is like, Aaron, I'm up. I'm taking a leak. You cover for the next 2 minutes. And we swap back and forth.
Yeah, we were able to swap out.
We need to have a rematch at some point live. I think it'll be entertaining for live poker over online poker. It's like live with our tells and our trash talk is more animated than our online trash talk.
For
I'm not sure how much of that got picked up on the. That's one thing I don't think we did. Hey, is put our chat bubble.
We read out the messages as you guys were typing them.
Checking. I got a text here. Any questions from the audience or AK the viewers from chat? We are only on a 30-second delay. Originally we were going to do a longer delay, but I mean, to be interactive, the less of a delay you can have, the easier it is to interact with everyone. So anyone from chat, the chat's been blowing up. I mean, there's Glad, there's Jody, there's Anders, there's Carl. You guys don't see any of this. Wanted to portray it, but I know you guys are so focused on the match. But there was a lot of going on. Juwan, Wayne, people from different parts of the Collingwood, Ontario. A lot of people tuning in just to check you guys out. So thank you for battling, and it's not easy. I mean, you're battling and you're showing your hands, which will get critiqued and laughed at or praised. It's just how it goes. So thank you both. Checking out the chat. Aaron, do you see any questions popping up, or is there anything that you want to mention before we let you guys go?
Nobody's watching anymore.
Yeah, no, I think it's all good.
Yeah.
Who all bet on? Like, how much bets were there?
Carl had, we know Carl had Chris, and Anders had you, Anthony.
That was a common message in the chat.
Yeah.
Who's betting what? Who's betting who? I have no part in that. There was too much other shit I had to worry about, but there was action being placed, so you'll have to dive in and find out.
Yeah. Perfect. Well, thank you so much, guys. That was a lot of fun.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Like I hope this was well received, and I mean, now that we got the kinks ironed out,
Chris
we should be able to do this
shot.
again, right? So, yeah.
oh no, Anthony and I are friends, and Anthony, I always like to bash you, and I just want to say, I'm sorry for all the awful, mean, but accurate things that I've said over this game.
Well, I apologize for all the mean things I said, but you know what will make it feel better? Your $1,000 I'm going to go and blow on something.
What I just heard is my $1,000, and you're going to go blow someone. That's cool.
Well, I know you guys couldn't watch the show the channel in real time, so take a break. There's a fucking million decisions you had to make over the course of 4 hours, so chill out, have a good night, have a good sleep. When you get a chance, replay this shit on the old YouTube channel. I'm sure you'll have some laughs looking at each other's hands, and hopefully all of us can do this again with the different mix of co-hosts, different mix of players, but I had a blast. Thank you, Aaron, for co-hosting. Hopefully you had fun too.
Yeah, definitely a lot of fun.
It was a long one.
Thanks.
Viewers, thanks for hanging in there. Any last second chats I'm looking at? I don't see any questions, but I think this brings us to a wrap. So well played, guys. Hard battle. Fun to
Thanks,
co-host.
Chris. Thanks, Anthony.